Greetings, family. This is Cassandra Faye Floyd, also known as the Daughter of the Fates, founder of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. Founder of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. I'm going to go ahead and get started. Okay. We are the breakers of curses, the casters of glorious conspiracies, and the creators of the new world. I, Cassandra Faye Floyd. I, Cassandra Faye Floyd, am a divine instrument of my mother's divine will. As such, I am protected and guided by the sacred blood and water of my mother, Jacqueline Jeanette Cook's body, that anointed my entry into this life. I am divine because she is divine. Mommy and I are one. I call all of our mothers to this moment. I call on they who govern everything, all time and every space in between. She with 10,000 names. Today it is Oya, Yemaya, Iami Aj, the divine architects of existence, usheresses of the new age. Mommy and I are one. We, the mother's divine children, conspire together today to forever bind those who have or would harm you, great mother. Mommy and I are one. We conspire together today to destroy everything and everyone in every timeline and dimension that has caused suffering and despair. Mommy and I are one. Today, we embody the sacred and divine power of our mothers. Today, we the tree, we the weavers, rewrite all time. Today, we the tree, we the weavers, rewrite the book of life. Today, we, our mother's children, call the winds of change. We conjure the primordial dark. We summon the sacred serpent deep from within the earth. We subdue the rogue sun. We control the light. We heal the harmed. We embolden the fearful. We instill courageous action. Today, we are staging a global evolution as is our mother's divine will. As is our mother's divine will, Mommy and I are one. We, the architects of the new age, now create the new institutions, the new traditions, the new cultures, the new ways of being. We ecstatically welcome the radical destruction of all institutions of hate and harm erected by the godheads of war. Mommy and I are one. We have the power. We have the voice. We are the portals of change. Now we employ our sacred breath and we give life and sacred blood to this conspiracy. Mommy and I are one. We command, come the wind, come the storm, come the lightning, capture and judge all godheads of war and all betrayers of the mother's divine will. Bring their confusion and war to an immediate end. Scatter them to oblivion, never to be resurrected. We are the fates. We are the furies. We are the Iami Aj. We are the disseminators of divine time, divine retribution, divine rectification, and evolutionary justice. We are the restorers of heaven on earth under the mother's divine reign. We wake the sacred serpent from her sleep to assist us in our sacred assignment. Love unlimited is our birthright. Harmony is our birthright. Ecstasy is our birthright. Pleasure is our birthright. Freedom is our birthright. This is her divine will, and we are the divine executors of her will. We speak her will into the now to reverberate throughout all time, all space, and all dimensions. It is certainly as we say, forever and ever. Mommy and I are one. Mommy and I are one. Mommy and I are one. Okay. And so instead of an addition, what I did was I rewrote the second part and I'm going to send that out as an individual piece because it's long, but I'm going to read it. Okay. And then I'm going to talk to y'all. It's working. Hold on. can't find the other piece. Sorry about that. All right. It's working. It's working. It's working. The global conspiracy to right all wrongs is working. Now we reclaim all that is ours. We reclaim our whole lives. We reclaim our whole lands. We reclaim our whole earth. We reclaim our sovereignty. We reclaim our happiness, our peace, our bliss, our ecstasy, our Eden. Mommy and I are one. On behalf of all residents of our Mother Earth who have been the victims of the sun gone rogue, from the smallest to the greatest, run us our wealth / money. Run us our lands that continue to be grabbed up by colonialism, globalism, and the corporatocracy and all other insidious ways you attempt to hide and disguise your theft. Run us our lives, from every extincted animal, plant, people, etc., to every lost culture, language, tradition, and medicine. Run us our unpaid and underpaid labor all the way back through our ancestral lines. All profits from stolen labor and underpaid labor from all past to today that exist today is ours. The excess you hold hostage is ours. Run us our stolen wealth in the form of being chronically overtaxed. Run us our social wealth from the stolen lives of our young people who have lost lives in the prison industrial complex and the preschool to prison pipeline. Run us our total wealth for the planned premature deaths of our communities due to environmental racism, deliberately poor genocidal health care, deliberately manipulated life expectancies, forced captivity on prisons called reservations, in every area of exploitation, known and unknown, seen and unseen. Run us our wealth from all the wealth in the form of lives, cultures, lands, wealth, memory of self, humanity, safety, and sanity stolen during the 900 years of European Inquisition and its spilling out over the rest of the world. Run us our stolen collective social wealth from all the Black cities and towns that were destroyed and erased from history. Run us our reparations from the era of lynchings and legal murder that continue to today. This is our mother's divine will. Complete cosmic justice is her divine demand. Mommy and I are one. Justice, vengeance, and retribution is ours. Today we call for the destruction of everything and everyone that stands in the way of our divine justice, our divine judgment, of her divine judgment and justice. We destroy every single obstacle to our abundance, sovereignty, pleasure, ecstasy, joy, harmonious lives, and our joyful reunion with our divine mother. Today, we, as her divine blade, her divine shield, her divine axe, her divine hammer, her divine fire, her divine arrows, her divine medicine. This is our mother's divine will. Complete cosmic justice is her divine demand. Mommy and I are one. All billionaires, their descendants, and their antecedents, all their connections and supporters are judged guilty. All organizations and corporations on earth who have or continue to cause all suffering, harm, and despair are judged guilty. All slave owners and their antecedents and descendants and colonizers, past, present, and future, are judged guilty. Every politician who has lied, betrayed, schemed to exploit are now judged guilty. Every religious leader, preacher, teacher who has caused harm in any way, especially to children, are judged guilty. Everyone who has contributed to or participated in the deliberate harming of children, the child care system, foster care system, medical system, psychiatric system, child trafficking, ritualistic abuse, breeding of children during slavery and colonization, the commodification of children in any way, are judged most guilty with the most severe punishment. Everyone who has or currently supports genocide, colonization, slavery, oppression, femicide, infanticide are judged guilty. The Roman Catholic Church is judged guilty. Judaism is judged guilty. Islam is judged guilty. Buddhism is judged guilty. Hinduism is judged guilty. All religions under the patriarchy are judged guilty. Cults that have caused harm to children and women are judged guilty. Governments are judged guilty. Patriarchy is judged guilty. All murderers and rapists are judged guilty. All harm-causing doctors, scientists, white-collar criminals, presidents, kings, rulers, emperors, queens, nobility, popes, imams, rabbis, philosophers, magicians, and magi are judged guilty. To all those judged guilty, your punishment will suit your crime times 999, as this is the mother's divine judgment, her divine will. Redemption is possible for some, but the cost for redemption is equal to the sum of your crimes and transgressions. This is our mother's divine will. Complete cosmic justice is her divine demand. Mommy and I are one. Now, we the fates, we the furies, we the EI, and all the mother's divine children carry out our mother's divine and absolute judgment, harshly, publicly, and with undeniable evidence that this is our mother's will be done. This is our mother's divine will. Complete cosmic justice is her divine demand. Mommy and I are one. It is certainly as we say, forever and ever, throughout all timelines, throughout every dimension, and all space in between. Mommy and I are one. Mommy and I are one. Mommy and I are one. And then the last few times I hadn't done it because I haven't had it with me, and I still can't find my other book. So I'm going to read the conspiracy, the global conspiracy of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. I, Cassandra Faye Floyd, as a peculiar expression of the almighty divine she, the great cosmic mother, now join in breath with my global family to conspire on behalf of the whole made well. We are breathing these words together now to ensure that our home, her body, is restored to her original perfect glory. Her glory is perfect in peace, love, bliss, happiness, and ecstasy. This world exists because we collectively will it so. We, as the representatives of the mother's reign on earth, speak this beautiful conspiracy as a single cosmic earthly orchestra to guarantee heaven on earth in joyful compliance with our mother's divine will. Possessing the power of our mothers, we speak this glorious future now. It is certainly, as we say, forever and ever, Mommy and I are one. Okay, so I was completely off grid yesterday, as some of you probably noticed. Let me X out of this. And I'm not going to be on here long. Let me shout everybody out first. Pedagael, FG Apothecary, S Taylor 619, Constance Woo Woo, S Taylor. Let's see. I read the Altar, Phoenix Rising 1937, Persis Andrew 3900, Kamar the Stepping Razor. Come on in the room, brother man. Let's see. Mars Infinite Forever, Balanced Justice 679, Tanya 52966. I hear you, baby. Tanya 52966. Desire Kamar 1565. Evening Glow 9023. Let's see. And Candace Williams Drake 5923. And Al and A Glorietta on IG. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna X out of this IG and I'm gonna go to my other IG because nobody's on here but one person. Okay. And let me get my fan. It is like, even though I have my my AC on, it is disastrously hot right now. So let me get my one of one Mish. Greetings, Miss Herb 73, Yolanda Volsi. Okay, thank y'all for coming in the room. Let me switch out really quick and then get a hand fan because it is like disastrously hot. Okay. Disastrously high. Let's see. Okay. All right, let me pull myself together. Girl, you would be right up under my foot. Move you, fat fatty. All right. Let's see here. Okay. Yeah. All right. So today is the day, you guys. Well, tonight is the night. I know I've been off grid, and I think it was. Let's see, who was it? Black Pint 2020. It was Tanya 5296. Baby, I feel you. Oh, let me turn this on. I feel you. Okay, believe me, I feel you. It's part of the reason I've been kind of in and out. So some of you tuned into the live I did from Hollywood Boulevard the night before last, and even though it was like I felt like it was energetically powerful, a lot of people stopped. A lot of people asked afterwards what I was doing out there. Even though it was energetically powerful, I keep telling y'all, this city sits on a goddamn vortex. It ain't no joke. And I didn't realize how much of a not joke it was until I went out there all impromptu and spontaneously to just and then my damn speaker, which I charged all night, died after like 10 minutes. So I'm out there screaming to the top of my lungs, just trying to take advantage, of the energy of that day. And which was basically the back end of the Black Moon. And between the Black Moon and being there on Hollywood Boulevard, right on top of the Hollywood stars, you feel me? A Sage Page in the room, what? I was put down yesterday. I was so put down yesterday. I was like, what the hell is wrong with me? I was so put down. I was overwhelmed. I was put down. It was a whole thing. And I feel like brand new money today, but yesterday my ass was handed to me. You feel? Thank you for the compliment on the earrings. They were a gift. And so I know that I have a lot to do for you guys. I know that I shouldn't be, at the last minute pulling together the conclusion of this part of our ritual, because today is the day. So I'm going to send some things out over the next couple of hours, because I'm going to do the closing out of the ritual probably around 11 o'clock tonight. I'm going to go outside around 11 p.m. Pacific Standard Time to close out the ritual. I have to locate a place where I can still broadcast live, because the problem with where I wanted to go yesterday, I always want to do everything at the top of that mountain where the observatory is, but it's damn near impossible to get Wi-Fi up there. There's no Wi-Fi up there, and then to get like a feed up there. So I'm gonna have to figure that out, because there's a couple of things coming up, a couple of big dates coming up, and that is most certainly where I want to do our ceremony. There's an eclipse season is starting very, very soon, and it's a big eclipse season. And then there's a full moon coming up the week before my birthday on September 7th. And then the first eclipse is on the same day as the fall equinox, and that too is a pretty big event. So I'm going to try to have to figure out like equipment wise what I can carry up there with me that can allow us to get a connection from up on top of the mountain. Um, I see you, Sage Page. She said, yes, today is the day. I woke up and cried. Something has moved. Thank you for allowing me to be a part of this movement. I appreciate all of y'all for being present, up close and personal. And so one of the things I want to talk to you about, those of you who received the Conspiracy to Right All Wrongs via the Etsy link that I sent out some months ago, go back to it because there are specific instructions. I'm going to reiterate those, but there are specific instructions written out in that document. So I wrote out the Nicene Creed. Okay, I wrote out the Nicene Creed. Some of you printed it out. That's fine. I prefer writing because energetically it is different than just printing out or typing. But tomato, tomato. I wrote out the Nicene Creed on in red ink, and then some of you participated in the dog walking. So if you have your little pieces of paper that you have been dog walking the names on, you're going to add those to the closing out of this portion of the ritual tonight. Okay, and so let's talk about that a little bit. Like I said in the document that I sent out, and if you still need anything, you know what I'm saying, then email me at evoemetemp@gmail.com. I would also call on you guys to make a contribution of some sort to the closing out of this ritual. I obviously am taking on the brunt, as I am supposed to, of the fulfillment and the completion of this ritual. So that's what I'm going to be doing and working on the rest of the day. This is work, so please feel obliged to compelled to contribute to the closing out of the ceremony. Also, like I said, there's a lot happening in the world today. So even though we are closing out this leg of the ritual, I am inclined to say that the global conspiracy to right all wrongs. I think what we're going to do is like per quarter, maybe. I still have to reason it out, but per quarter, we may shift our focus. So our focus may be like the focus for this obviously has been to right the wrongs, specifically seeded by the Council of Nicaea, which began on May 20th of 325 AD and concluded today on August 25th of 325 AD. And in its conclusion, the Nicene Creed was, the Nicene Creed was agreed upon by the 318 male spiritual leaders from the known world at the time. So when I say all patriarchal religions, I mean that. Because to think about what happened at the Council of Nicaea, it was not just so-called followers of Christ or Essenes or people who believed in Christianity. There were pagan philosophers there. There were Hindu philosophers there, Buddhist philosophers there. Everybody was on deck. There were African philosophers there. There were Ethiopians there. Every male that was in any way a high position leader in their community was called to the table to create Christianity. Do you hear what I'm telling you? So we act like, white people stole Christianity from the Kemetic tradition or from the Ethiopians. Nope. Them men was on deck. The men was on deck. Now, whether it was by force or not, those men were on deck to create this first ordained state religion. They were all on deck. That's why all of you can see portions of your ancestral traditions trapped up inside of it. You feel me? And I have a sneaking suspicion they weren't even forced, truth be told. You feel me? But anyway, I digress. So a couple of things. You These are all optional, though encouraged. This is how I will be conducting ceremony today. So I will be going and buying 3 candles. Those candles will be the colors of the Iyami Aj, the same colors of the threads that I called on you to bind your creed with. So red, black, and white. And I would be tempted to say, go ahead and if you can find a purple one, go ahead and throw a purple one up in there too. Go ahead and throw a purple one up in there too. Because Oya is, she is the leader of the day. She is the queen of the pact today until 2044. She is the governess. She is the ruler of all action that we take. She is. You understand? So I would say yes. The collective color of the Iyami Aj, which is the red, white, and black, but also throw Oya's divine color, the color purple, up in the mix. You feel me? So 4 candles. And then I typically use 7-day candles, in the tall glass. You feel me? You know the 7-day candles. I don't have one right around me, but you know what I'm talking about. And they're like in the tall glass like that. But but today I'm going to be buying naked candles. So just, how you can go to like, I don't know, wherever, Ross, you can go pretty much anywhere and just get naked candles that you have to like sit on a like candle holder thing, like a little candle plate. So get yourself your candles. And then what I would encourage you to do is let me just tell you what I am going to do. Everything that I tell you that I am going to do, whatever of it resonates with you, keep it and do it. Those things that don't really resonate with you, trust your flesh. Those things that don't resonate with you, you can leave those away. The job is still going to get done. You understand what I'm saying? So whatever resonates with you, you keep it and apply it. Whatever doesn't resonate with you, you go ahead and put that aside. Okay? So for those of you who put the little scraps of paper, remember I was telling you a couple of weeks ago about dog walking names and coming up with specific names to dog walk on the brown paper bag. Take those out your shoe today. Those names that you wrote on your little pieces of paper, if you can recall them, because you probably won't be able to see them on your paper. Take a pen. If you like, I use for my candle writing, I have a letter opener, right? So I have a very thin, fine letter opener that I used in our November 19th ritual. So take something with just a pointy edge. A needle works, or like a toothpick may be better because it has a broader head where you can actually see the names. And you're going to start scratching names. Okay. Now I want to tell y'all something. I was attempting to do it myself. It may be something that I do later. It may be a research project that I put y'all on to help me with so that we can collect them together. But we need to, whatever name you want to use, you want to make sure that it is the name they were born with. Because a lot of these hues, if you get my drift, a lot of these hues out here, the name that we know them by is not the name that they were born with. Those names are available online. There've been a lot of people exposing that there are a lot of hue type people who deliberately hide in plain sight by camouflaging their name. You understand what I'm saying? So whoever you are deciding to etch on your candle, even if you put both names, that's fine. But you definitely want the name that you want to put on the candle, the name that they were born with. Do you understand? You want to put the name on the candle that they were born with. So that might be, a little 30-minute to 1 hour search that you may have to do today. I'm going to have to do that. Eventually we'll have all these names compiled in a single book. That's my ambition, is that we can collect all of these names in a single book and then disseminate to people. You feel me? For ritual work, right? So those names that you collect, that you decide are the most immediately impactful for what is happening in the world. And those are the names that you want to stop, that you want to focus your energy on tonight. That's the first part. Okay. With the creed, you want to be outside. You're going to have to be outside. You're going to have to be outside. Yeah, you're going to have to be outside, because a part of it is that we are going to set this creed on fire, right? We're going to set this creed on fire, and we're going to have to take like a little spoon or a little shovel or whatever. It don't have to be nothing outrageous or big. As a matter of fact, what I would recommend, if you have the ability, I already have set aside where I'm going. There's a park literally walking distance from my house that has these really 4 big, beautiful banyan trees. And banyan trees are about the closest you can get to the Iroko tree in Africa, which is like the sacred ancestral tree. Banyan trees are about as close in family, in terms of like family trees. Banyan trees are about as close as you can get to the Iroko tree. So a lot of the times, especially if they're close and I need to do ceremony to the Iyamiyaj, that's where I go, is to a banyan tree. Okay. If you don't have no banyan trees where you is, that's fine. Find a tree that looks old. Go somewhere outside. Find a tree that looks old. Okay. You're going to take a little spoon or a little shovel, and you're going to dig a hole just big enough. It ain't got to be nothing big. Just big enough that when you burn the creed, the ashes fall into that hole. Okay? When you burn the creed, the ashes fall into the hole. So some other things that I am going to do, these are optional, not necessary. If you have regular old salt, that is fine. That will do. For me, I will be using black salt in my ceremony. Okay. So after I dig my little hole to burn my Nicene creed into the hole, I will cover the creed. I will cover the ashes of the creed with black salt. Then I will bury. I'm going to use, what I usually use. I'm going to use some little moon blood. So if you want to add moon blood to it, if you want to spit on it, whatever, you feel me? But I am going to desecrate the creed. You feel me? I'm going to bind and desecrate the creed. So burn the creed, let the ashes fall in the hole, and do whatever binding. If you are male or, gender non-conforming or non-binary, spit on it. If you do not bleed, is what I'm saying. Spit on it. Or whatever you desire. Spit on it. Hell, if you want to get gangster with it, shit on it. You feel me? But bind it, desecrate it, bury it, and then salt the earth on top of it. Okay? So after you do all that and you rebury it, pour salt on it. You feel me? And turn your back when you're done. Thank the mother for receiving your request, because you go to the tree, because this is where you talk to the Iyami. If you want to do a next level, if you want to make an offering to the Iyami when you go out there, when you go out to the tree, as a matter of fact, I suggest you make the offering. You're going to light your candles and all of that. But things that the Iyami love: red and white wine. They love all kinds of fruit. But what they love the most is entrails. They love organ meats. So go to a grocery store. Usually you can find like a little bucket of meats, like organ meats, hearts, livers, kidneys, lungs, the organ meats, and put them, on preferably a disposable plate. Put them on a plate and offer them to the Iyami. Offer a glass of wine. Keep it simple. Light your candles. Do your ceremony. Both of the papers that you put in your shoe and of the Nicene Creed, burn them both in that hole. Desecrate them both. You understand? Cover them. Salt the earth. Thank the Iyami for receiving your offering and receiving your petition to right all wrongs. And every dimension, every timeline, if you want to, which I think you should, write down your or have it in your phone, your global conspiracy to right all wrongs. Just speak it over and over. If you don't know how to quote conspire, if you don't know how to pray, speak it over and over. The global conspiracy to right all wrongs. Thank them for receiving your petition. And when you get up, turn your back on the place that you did your ritual and do not look back. Say it's done. It's so. It's so. All right. So that's going to happen. I am going to facilitate. I've got to go check out in a few minutes here if I'm going to be able to get a good connection where I want to do my portion of the ceremony, which is right down the street. And so I will, you'll know. Tune in at 11 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. You'll know because I'll go live. You'll know whether or not I was able to get a good connection. But that's where I'm going to be. In terms of wanting, if you want to make a donation contribution to the closing out of this ritual that we have all been involved in for the last 3 months since May 20th, then you can. There are several ways that you can donate. You can use the temple email, which is EVOEMETEMP. Is that brother? Is that Baba Daruba Ben Wahad? Is that Baba Daruba? Greetings, peace, African. If you want to contribute, you can use the temple email, which is EVOEMETEMP@gmail.com. That's EVOEMETEMP@gmail.com. You can use that email to make a donation via Zelle or PayPal. If you want to make a donation via Venmo, it is Cassandra, CASSANDRA dash Floyd, FLOYD. And if you want to make a donation via Cash App, it is $ Daughter of the Fates, FATES, Daughter of the Fates. Okay, so those are the ways that you can make contributions. You can also use that email address to book a divination session with me or a 5 elements wellness consultation. And lastly, you can go to Daughter of the Fates, FATES.etsy.com if you want to purchase anything from there now. Thank you, Yolanda Volsi. And I got you tomorrow, by the way, dear. Also, somebody else that I don't see on here. Okay, so that is the condensed version. Y'all are still going to be getting an email from me by 6 o'clock my time. So that'll clarify. But just so you have the Cliff's notes, so you can go ahead and prepare. You're going to need to go get your 4 candles, and then if you decide like fruit or wine or entrails or all 3, whatever your pleasure, that is optional. That is optional. I encourage that if you are going to be petitioning the EIME, that you don't come empty-handed. All right, and then galvanize all of your other little tools that you will be needing. The tools that you will be needing, like if you collect your menstrual blood, your black salt or white salt, whatever else is your pleasure. Again, I'm not work with what resonates with you. This is not a directive. This is an invitation. Do you understand what I'm saying? This is not a directive. This is an invitation. You participate because so many people that have been participating in the global conspiracy to right all wrong all these months, y'all come from all over the damn place. I done had people email me from Fiji, from South Africa, from Mozambique, from India, from Poland, from Germany. Who else? Oh, the young woman that interviewed me from New Zealand the other day, from Hawaii. I've had people email me from all over who are participating in the global conspiracy to right all wrongs. All of you have cultural traditions that are specific to you, that are peculiar to you. So while I can facilitate based on what moves me, truth be told, based on my experience, based on what I know works, based on what moves me, that's why I say it's not a directive, it's an invitation. I give you the guidelines. What resonates with you, you keep it. What does not resonate with you, you can substitute it for what resonates with you from your own traditional culture, your own ancestral culture. Dig? This is what empowerment looks like. All right. So, and what matters more than anything, when you are doing ceremony, ritual of any kind, I don't care what it is. Don't ever let somebody tell you that it's emphatic. You hear me? Do not let anybody ever tell you it's emphatic. There's only one right way. You're only supposed to do it this way. What you're doing is wrong. Don't let no. If anybody tells you anything is emphatic, move on. Move on. Move on. Move on. You understand me? You trust you. You trust your flesh. You trust your intuition. That's what it's there for. Do you understand? So that's why I make the distinction. It is not a directive. It is an invitation. And then you take from me what you need and leave the rest. If there's something I say that you don't need, boo, leave it. No judgment. I won't be angry. Okay. So take what you need. If you want to jazz it up, if you want to be a lot more, ceremonial than I am, teaching you, that's cool. That's fine. Do what you do. Now you have the base. Now you have the foundation through which, and the intention through which we initiated this thing in May in the first place. So I should say a little bit more about that. And then those of you, if anyone is new, who has not been walking with us these 3 months, or are unfamiliar for the basis of a 3-month ritual, I'm going to say a little bit about that too. Okay. First thing I will say is to use my email address, evoemetemp@gmail.com, so that you can get information on what it is that we've done and how to participate in the next stage of this ceremony. This is the closing out of this ritual that we began on May 20th of this year, that we have been doing every day at 11:11 p.m. Universal Time. So 4:11 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, and then you'll all adjust for your own time zone. The reason for this particular ritual was because this was the 1700th anniversary of the first Council of Nicaea, initiated by Constantine I, Roman Emperor Constantine I. This event, if you will, the 1700th anniversary of the Council of Nicaea, represented what would be recognized historically as the seed for the first globally acknowledged state-ordained religion that we now know as Catholicism, which was Roman Catholicism at the time. It was preceded by the Edict of Milan, which was in 318 to 313 AD, where Constantine recognized Christianity as a legitimate religion and banned the killing of so-called Christians. And then several years later, he decided he needed to become the chief Christian, the head Christian. And so he facilitated the Council of Nicaea, which on May 20th, he had sent out far and wide over what was the known Roman Empire at the time, which was as far down as Ethiopia, or as far south as Ethiopia, all of what we call the Mediterranean and the Middle East today, all of Europe, and several major areas of Asia, Southeast Asia, all the way up through China and India. And any man who was considered a spiritual leader, a spiritual guider, or a spiritual guide, a shaman, it didn't matter. Anyone who was well recognized and identified as a leader in their particular spiritual cultural traditions was called by Constantine into a closed door session that lasted from May 20th, 325 AD to August 25th, today, 325 AD. And these 318 men from the known Roman Empire at the time were charged with taking from each of their traditions that which could be applied to the skeleton of what would become Christianity. Not only was that decided, the first Council of Nicaea is when they acknowledged, and a great period of time was dedicated to that, when they decided when, quote, the date of Easter would be, and being able to dissect Easter based on the spring equinox from the Passover of the Hebrews or the Jews at the time. They wanted to make a clear distinction in heaven, in time, in the calendar of when Easter would be in opposition to the Passover. Not only that, and there were Hebrews on deck, by the way. There were Hebrews in the council. Not only that, the calendar was officially changed. It was the Julian calendar prior to that, and the decision to split time in half, you guys, the decision to split time in half was decided at the Council of Nicaea. And when I say split time in half, the reason that we see time backwards, see history backwards, anything before, quote, AD, anything before AD, 1 AD is considered, quote, BC, before Christ, right? And it goes backwards in time. Do you understand? It goes backwards in time, as if the proposed birth of Christ was the beginning of the modern era, right? And so even though there were many people who were opposed to that, the globally accepted identifying way to study history or, quote, time still has its origin in the Council of Nicaea, with the splitting of time before Christ and after Christ. So there's no zero, by the way, that time. So if it's 1 BC, it means 1 year before the birth of Christ. It doesn't mean the day Christ was born. It means 1 year before the birth of Christ, his gestation, supposed gestation, and 1 AD is 1 year, the day, quote, supposedly, that Jesus turned a year old. So 1 AD is the first birthday of Christ. Now, y'all know how I feel about all of that, but just to say that the manipulation of actual time, not just time as we understand it on earth, what this required is literally the rewriting of the whole goddamn cosmos that happened in the Council of Nicaea. We talked ad nauseum about this around the first and second week of May. So you might want to go back and revisit those lives that I did, where I talked very, 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 very succinctly about the history that gave rise to the Council of Nicaea and the impact of the Council of Nicaea to this goddamn day. Why do we write? Why did we conscribe something called the global conspiracy to right all wrongs? Is because the Council of Nicaea, the impact of the Council of Nicaea can be felt to this day, especially today, as a matter of fact, especially today, the Council of Nicaea and its impact on the world, which has been uninterrupted. Not only uninterrupted, the political, theorist that is myself, having been a part of, political, hardcore Black nationalist, African internationalist, socialist political work for 20 years, the political activist in me, seeing that the Council of Nicaea had nothing to do with spiritual ambition. Like Christians will tell you about how profound the Council of Nicaea was, because even an old heathen pagan like Constantine could be saved by the blood of Jesus. And they will make it this super superfluous, quote, evidence in their mind of the power of the blood of Jesus, right? This super spiritual dogma that justifies conquest and colonization. But when you read the actual story of Constantine, the empire was being challenged everywhere. The empire was unsteady. Sound familiar? The empire was unsteady. It was untenable. It was incapable of maintaining the the stronghold that it had on the empire, on the places that had been colonized, had been conquered by Constantine. It was incapable of maintaining itself as an empire, because there were rebellions popping off all over the empire. All over the empire, people were bucking the system. And And oddly enough, at least how the history goes, is that the people most responsible for staging these rebellions throughout the empire were people who had been devotees or disciples of the Christ. All right. And I ain't talking about in your brain what you see as Jesus Christ, like as you was growing up. I'm talking about the Christ, because there were multiple sects, multiple sects and cultures of human beings who were inspired by this story of a person who quote staged a spiritual rebellion against a political empire. Do you hear what I'm telling you? Spirituality under the disciples of Christ, spirituality was the weapon used to destabilize the empire. Do you hear what I'm saying? And even if you are a Christian, there is a problem that I have that I should speak to, because when I was in the African People's Socialist Party, you can go back and watch these videos done by the party, by the chairman Omali Yeshitela, that were really inspiring at the time without a global frame of reference. They were really inspiring. And the first one that he did that we loved so much was called, If Jesus was a revolutionary, then why is your preacher such an Uncle Tom? That is actually a video that you can watch on YouTube. Okay. And this was a part of a series that the chairman did, talking about using the Bible and using the biblical references that, quote, showed that Jesus was a revolutionary. This is a common theme that is very popular right now, especially among Black churches, to see Jesus as a socialist, right? It's only a socialist could take 2 pieces of fish and 2 loaves of bread and feed the multitudes. That's socialist work. You know, he had a healing campaign. That's socialist work. You feel me? So that was really inspiring to think of Jesus as a revolutionary, right? And not only a revolutionary, but not a pansy either, the way we have been fed the archetype of Jesus, right? And so that really resonated with me when I was a young socialist. There was another presentation that that the chairman did called the end of Imperialism, and he too references the Revelations and the Apocalypse and all of that shit to talk about the crisis that we're all experiencing now, that everybody's talking about, that's won all this membership back into the church, that whenever we experience collectively these periods of great conflict, and we all are vibing and feeling and conflicted off everybody else's energy, that the first thing that happens is all of the preachers and all the soul winners and all the quote Christian harvesters and all of that shit take to the streets, because they see it as an opportune time to quote win a bigger flock. You feel me? By what we now call disaster amnesia. You feel me? Oh my God, this is sign of the times, the end of the world, this and that, and this and that, and Jesus becomes the archetypal savior again for many years of getting prepared for him to come and scoop y'all up off the planet to rescue you from the incoming doom that is Beelzebub, or whoever you want to call him on any given day, who is going to reign unadulterated holy hell on the planet. You feel me? And so this presentation that Omali Yeshitela made was called The End of Imperialism, and it was based on this this catastrophic way that we become collectively terrorized and terrified, that automatically our default becomes go to church and seek refuge in the church, right? Now, after having left the African People's Socialist Party, becoming a 15-year devotee of Ifa, and then coming to this place that we are now, where for the last 3 years, I have been the governess of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. And all of these bridges coming together to see the weaknesses and the flaws, the inherent flaws in them all. The time that the Council of Nicaea came to pass, was nothing other than a political strategy to address a political and economic issue that Constantine was faced with in the uprisings of rebellions throughout the empire that were being championed by and led by poor people who were spiritually convicted. Was that clear? Was that clear? The Council of Nicaea was a strategy to address the fervor and the conviction of those whose spiritual ideology gives them courage that the empire could not contend with. Am I clear? It was their spiritual convictions and ideologies that gave them the insurmountable courage to stage rebellion all over the empire. The empire didn't have that kind of spiritual conviction. The empire was convicted by conquest, domination, warfare, subjugation. That's what drove them. That's what drove Constantine. That's what drove the empire. That's what drove all of his predecessors. They were not bound by a real belief, a spiritual conviction that gave them insurmountable courage. Not only insurmountable courage, it gave them an unwavering belief in something greater than themselves, and them being the weapon, if you will, the material weapon through which that greater thing allowed them to move in the world. Do you see the opposition here? Do you see the problem here? Do you understand the problem here? Do you see the opposition here? Because what we are experiencing today, what we are looking at today is literally a play by play of what happened as at the erection of the Council of Nicaea and the subsequent publishing of the Nicene Creed. It was Constantine as a political strategist who said, why should I fight against all of these beefing rebels when all I have to do is say, I too have been enlightened by your same Savior God. I too have seen the light in the air of my ways, and he has saved my soul. And the evidence of which is I am going to be the chief Christian. That's what he did. He said, I am about to hijack your spiritual beliefs. I'm going to hijack your spiritual beliefs. I am going to corral them in a single world religion. Do you hear what I just said? I am going to corral them in a single world religion where I pull all of your spiritual leaders into one room and say, in order to pacify the masses, in order for them to be able to see themselves in what I create, I am going to take a little piece of everybody's shit. I am going to take a piece of what is familiar to everyone. These are the symbols. I am going to corral what is familiar to each of these tribes that I have conquered. Why is it that we celebrate so-called Christmas with the decorating of a tree? Because symbolically it was familiar. It had been done for ages and ages, all the way back to the matriarchal period. It was deeply ingrained in the collective consciousness of certain people, the Nordic people, who would use this during the winter solstice. Why the Easter egg? What in the world does a bunny rabbit and eggs have to do with what y'all celebrate Easter, but Easter is supposed to be celebrating the Christ rising from the dead, the resurrection. Y'all celebrate Easter as the resurrection, right? What does the resurrection of your Lord Jesus Christ have to do with some bunny rabbits and some Easter eggs? Because Easter, the name Easter, is an outright theft of the goddess's name, Ishtar. She, the great magnificent, she, the begetter of all human beings, she, the absolute fertile, who is always pictured with about 30-some titties on the front of her, and her consort animal is the rabbit, and the egg is still a nod to the great cosmic egg, the beginning of who we all are. The hijacking of the mother's images that are familiar to the many I'm going to just take a little bit of everything y'all got, mush it all together, call it Christianity. And then what I say Christianity is the true Christianity. And how can I have the audacity to do that? Because I am, you, according to me, I am God incarnate. Once I am emperor, I am God incarnate. What I say is law. Sound familiar? What I say is law. The law is what I say. Do you understand? And what I say is that I am the chief personification of God incarnate. And I too am now a devotee of Jesus. And this is your new religion. And anyone who dares buck against my interpretation of Christianity will be met with the entire weight of the state. He wasn't using his mouth to damn you to the devil, to damn you to hell. No, he was using the weight of a very well-armed state to challenge anyone who would dare question his interpretation of Jesus. You understand? This begins a 1700-year project that has been unchallenged to this day. When I tell you that this project has yet to be contended with, not politically, not spiritually, there is no way that you can point in the last 1700 years that this contest initiated by Constantine that was wrapped up today, 1700 years ago, August 25th, the year 325 AD. There has not been an institution. There has not been a religion. There has not been an ideology or a philosophy. There has not been any method of contention with the seed sown on that day. Not one. And I will even go as far as to say that everything that fake pumped like a contest was a deepening of the strategy. You have me tell it. What's his name that y'all love so much that y'all name your babies after him and shit? Martin Luther. Martin Luther was an agent of the Roman Catholic Church. Yes, he was. I mean, hell, he was a Catholic monk. And supposedly he staged a contest. You feel me? But I guarantee you that if we went down the histories and looked at what was happening economically, if we looked at what was happening in terms of the division of power, the nobility, the aristocracy, the monarchy, right? If we looked at the same time that these things were unfolding, we would see that as power was changing hands, as a certain personification of power became no longer feasible to maintain, as the nobility and the monarchy and the church needed to rearrange their strategy to adjust for growing opposition. Because as long as oppression remains, as long as oppression exists in any way, rebellion is the answer. Rebellion is the outcome. And as this rebellion, it ebbs and flows, ebbs and flows, ebbs and flows. You feel me? Those people who are in positions of power are always adjusting their strategy so that they don't miss a beat. They don't miss a break in their finances. They don't miss a break in their ability to rule. They may even have to put on a different mask to rule. They may even have to give themselves different labels and titles to rule, but they will always maintain a hegemony over your life until you recognize who you actually are in this story that has been told on your behalf and at your expense, and about what role rebellion has always played. The potential for rebellion is a complete undoing, a complete flipping over, a complete rewriting of the past. This is why in every religion that exists that has the patriarch as its figurehead, the greatest crime that you can commit in any of these religions is rebellion. Every single one. Name a one. Name a one. Every single one of these patriarchal religions detest. What does your Christian Bible say? Rebellion is the sin, is as the sin of witchcraft. And what is the sin of what is the punishment for witchcraft? Back in them days, stoning, burning, drowning, lynching, dissecting, dismemberment, you name it. Every if as long as a person was given the title of a witch, rape was not illegal. Rape was a viable tool of to coerce to corral a confession. That's not my opinion. It's written. It's written. It's written in the what is it? Um the the Malleus Maleficarum. In the Malleus Maleficarum, written by a pope, written by a monk, a Catholic monk. Rape was not a sin as long as it was used as an instrument to get a confession from a known witch. Yes. You understand? And then for a time, the Inquisition became big business. And so I'm telling you, I've been telling you for 5 years that unless we learn political history through the lens of religion as an instrument of power, that is all. Do you think that the Pope really believes in Jesus? I'm asking a real, do you really believe that the Pope believes in Jesus? Do you really believe that Donald J. Trump is a Christian who actually believes in an actual Jesus and an actual Yahweh and an actual God the Father? Do you believe that Donald J. Trump actually believes in heaven or hell? Do you believe any of that? Do you believe any of these people in power? Even the Jews, even these billionaires who are devout practitioners of Judaism, these billionaires who are devout practitioners of Judaism, do you really believe that they actually believe in Yahweh? Do you really believe that they actually believe in spirit? Do you actually believe that? Really? Do you actually believe that? Because I'll go a step further. It's not just religion. Once the rebellions against the Inquisition began to pop off, because they did. Once the rebellions against the Inquisition became widespread and such, you start to see branches break off of these learned men, of these scholarly men, and then you start to see other movements emerge from the Inquisition. You start to see the Age of Enlightenment. You start to see the age of Enlightenment, the Renaissance. What's the other big one that they love so much? The Industrial Age, right? The newer one that they call like the spiritual enlightenment of the mid and late 1800s, on and on and on, right? And we all love the philosophers of the Enlightenment. We hold the philosophers of the Enlightenment up. The scientific movement that also bourgeoned out of the Age of Enlightenment. This is the beginning, the bourgeoning of great scientists, doctors, and the like, right? All bourgeoning out of the same thing, by the way. These are learned men, most of whom were the descendants of the nobility, who were the only ones that had the ability to learn. So these great philosophers, these great thinkers, these great minds, these great doctors, the progenitors, if you will, of like psychology and surgery and all the like. Do you think that they emerged in the world, no matter what they said out their mouths, they emerged in the world in some type of true opposition to Catholicism, in some kind of true opposition to the nobility that they were a part of some kind of true opposition to Protestantism, which was making a name for itself, is some kind of true opposition to whatever popped the fuck up from a turnip in any of those days? They were all still ruled and governed by men who thought, for whatever reason, there might be a better way to rule. There might be a better way for us men to rule than the outright brutality of the Inquisition. That's all. The objective was still the same. The goal was still the same. Men must rule. Why can I say that? Because the early phases of what you guys now herald as psychology, the early stages of psychology, the early stages of science, the early stages of surgery, and so what you call Western medicine, the early stages still used the actual instruments of torture used by the church in their practices, in their research, especially the world of psychology. It was just as monstrous and torturous and diabolical as the Inquisition itself, but its mode of understanding the human psyche was still the same: to torture, to condemn. Who were the most likely in the earlier stages of psychology to be tortured and condemned? Women. Who most out of them? Female children, and any woman who was who was condemned a sexual deviant. Who was a sexual deviant? Any woman who enjoyed the act of sex. This is not some shit I'm telling you. This is some shit that you can read. Who were the most likely to be condemned? What was the word they used here in the United States? An invalid. Who was the most likely to be diagnosed an invalid in the earlier years of the study of psychology in the mid 1800s all the way up until 1972? Who is the most likely of everybody on this continent to be diagnosed an invalid, taken to court to have the judge lay his hammer down and say, yes, they are an invalid. So they need to be sent to a mental hospital so that they cannot contaminate the general population with their mental illness, their inability to think and reason. Who was the most likely? I see you say LGBTQIA. The most likely of all people in this country in the earlier phases of psychology were Black women. We're Black women. Yeah. Black women. So that incorporates everybody. LGBTQIA plus. Because Black women are the what's the word I'm looking for? Because Black women are the archetypal other. Black women incorporate the chief archetypal other in the minds of the white male nobility, aristocracy, religion, and on and on and on. The archetypal chief archimage, as Mary Daly told us in Pure Lust, the chief archimage of all others is who the son gone rogue set his sights on in the first place. Is the primordial Black mother. And so y'all perpetually say everything what would need to be said. That if an LGBTQIA person is being oppressed, it's because the Black woman is oppressed. If a child is being oppressed, it's because a Black woman is being oppressed. It's because a Black woman is oppressed. If any race or complexion of people on the planet is being oppressed, it is because Black women are oppressed. And as long as you see yourself as something outside of, as something apart from, as something distant from your Black mother, I'm talking about everybody on the planet. As long as you see yourself as something outside the mother, who is the mother? Look up in the sky, bitch. Who is the mother? Look up in the night sky. And as long as you see yourself as something apart from the great primordial jet black abyss that gave birth to everything that exists in the goddamn universe, and you see yourself as something outside of her, you will forever miss the boat about the resolution to what is. You will because you'll still experience that isolation. You see yourself as you see yourself in the sun. Because if you see yourself outside of the mother that literally surrounds you, even while you blinded by the light in the daytime, your Black ass mama still surrounds you. Mm-hmm. And as long as you see yourself outside of her, as long as you see your suffering as something peculiar to you in opposition to her, that's why I be correcting y'all. That's why I be correcting y'all. I'm not giving you hell. I'm trying to make it plain because it is a patriarchal seed inside every space. When people talk about oppression and they want to, quote, pit their oppression and their brand of oppression in opposition to Black women, that is the patriarch, the agent of patriarchy, seeding itself in spaces it does not belong and does not have a right to. I'm talking about even when those articulations come from the mouths of Black women. You hear what I'm telling you? That to place, because it's not above, it's aside, it's in isolation from, it's in opposition to place your, in terms of your world experience, in terms of your life experience, in terms of the way that the patriarchal sun gone rogue in the world has impacted negatively upon your life, and to see it, and to see your suffering, your peculiar brand of suffering, always, because you can't have it both ways. If you see your suffering as something peculiar to, greater than, as something to go into a contest with Black women, the great primordial divine androgyne that is she, I see what I see it. The great primordial Black androgyne that is she, you got it one of two ways. If you are placing yourself in opposition to prove your suffering is worse than weird shit, to place your suffering above, to use your suffering to counter to all of that weird ass shit, that is the efficiency of the sun gone rogue, sowing conflict and confusion everywhere that he goes, everywhere that he is allowed to exist. What is the etymology of the word war? To cause confusion. That's what war means, to cause confusion. And what does your Bible say? The adversary is the author of all confusion. Is your mother the author of all confusion? Fuck no. What's the evidence of that? That no matter how much we collectively abuse the mother, she still gives and gives abundantly. Ain't that something? She ain't the author of confusion. As a matter of fact, she is very simple and very plain. And she's in your face every day. But it is you being blinded by the light of the Father God, who is actually the sun gone rogue. It is the sun gone rogue. The Father God, the blinding light of the Father God is the sun gone rogue. And it is you being blinded by the light of the sun gone rogue that always has you coming to fucked up conclusions about what is happening to you and the people that you love in your life, despite the fact that you can see with your actual eyes, but you have been primed by this book that tells you, trust not your own eyes. Rely not on your own understanding. Trust not your heart, for it will betray you. The tongue is responsible or holds the power of both life and death, and it is a wicked organ. This is your own scripture. This is the Bible you believe. It tells you in your face, believe without evidence. Though the mother, who is its opposition, tells you every single day, every moment you hit the fucking floor, through the repetition of patterns, through things that you see with your actual eyes, through things that you feel in your actual flesh, blood, and bones, through things that you experience with your own memory, through things that your heart attempts to tell you in the adjustments of its rhythm. Your heart is trying to speak to you truth, and you reject it because your head is filled with the light, blinded to the memory of the mother. And so unless you are staging a daily contest with the Father God that is host, that is you the host, that he is the parasite in your skull, in your consciousness, literally blinding your pineal gland. That's what it means to be blinded by the light, bitch. That's what it means. And his ass is taking up residence in your skull. And so everything continues to become the issue, but the issue. Why? Because you love patriarchy. You are committed to patriarchy. You are devoted to patriarchy. You are a disciple of patriarchy. You are a disciple of patriarchy. Doesn't mean that's your fault. It just means you have to be honest enough with your goddamn self to acknowledge and accept. Goddamn, I am a disciple of patriarchy. Let me count the ways. That's why I be talking. That's why I be, listen, I'm trying to challenge you. I'm not trying to make you feel judged. I'm not trying to make you feel bad about yourself. I am trying to tell you all the time that you are your own salvation. But until you subdue the sun in your head, that's your job. It can't be just some metaphysical shit that y'all see outside of yourself when I pull out my little chart and talk about the sun gone rogue. And the only way to create harmonious union between these two poles is for the mother to subdue the sun gone rogue. It's not a metaphor, bitch. This is reality. This is the actual universe. This is the way science works in the real world, and that's why it can be applied to everything in the goddamn universe, not just on our planet, in the whole of the universe. And so when I'm telling you, as above, so below, as within, so without, and we talking about the evidence in the real world that we can see of the sun gone rogue, and how when the sun gone rogue, it's always destructive, and the only thing that it can destroy is what? Yin. Trees, forest, water, earth, humans, flesh, babies, all things yin. This is the only thing that it can destroy. Why? Because your science tells you energy, which is the yang, energy, which is the yang, the white part here. Energy is the yang, right? Energy is the sun, right? Energy is all these things. And what does science tell you? Energy can neither be destroyed nor created, only transformed. Energy can neither be destroyed nor created, only transformed. Well, your white male scientist who came up with that had that flawed, because what does the yin yang, which is about 3,000 years older than that, say? That all that matter pre-exists before all energy exists. It is matter. It is the yin that generates and gives birth to energy, and in return, the equity of the two. In return, the mother, which is all matter, the mother giving birth to yang or yin, generating yang in a harmonious equal exchange. Mattergy gives birth to or creates, generates energy, and in exchange, energy motivates, moves, and invigorates the yin. This is still a harmonious relationship of the multi-faced one within itself. The sun and the mother are one. And so when the sun forgets that it is a part of the primordial one, it rages against itself. Remember that old adage that we saw in the movie, Panther, and what's his name? The bad guy. I forget his name. I always forget his name. But when he says that a child, this is an old African proverb. Killmonger, thank you. This is an old African proverb. Everything that you ever learned about your own culture can be applied up in this shit right here. He said what? The child abandoned by the village will set the village on, will burn it down to feel its warmth. It will destroy everything that created it, everything that gave rise to it. It is matter that pre-exists. It is matter that pre-exists. That's E equals MC squared. Matter pre-exists. Matter and energy are one. They are two different personifications of the one. Of the one. This can be applied everywhere. Politically, economically, philosophically, it doesn't matter. And so when I tell you that anything that the sun severed from a connection to its mother, everything that it creates, everything that it produces, everything that it imagines, the outcome is the same. It is destruction. It is destructive. The yang severed from a relationship to its mother, to itself, is always destructive. This is how politically you can explain the preschool to prison pipeline. This is politically how you can explain how Oppenheimer was upraised as this great mind of the white world through creating the most destructive instrument known to humanity. This is how all of these malignant men and all of their malignant doings under the guise of creating life-saving medicine and life-saving sciences and life-saving psychology and all this shit. They have these monstrous, diabolical, inhumane origins, and you try to separate their origins from the impact that they continue to have on human beings today. And so I'm trying to tell you, from a place of love, from a place of seeing clearly, even as I've been up in here, conflicted as fuck. I forget which sister it was said an hour ago. She's been up in here really subdued about what's happening in the world. People are just so dismayed and feeling overrun. The reason that we had to write the global conspiracy to right all wrongs, and the reason that I say we, yes, I drafted it, but this has been this whole walk that we all have been doing together. This has been what we would identify as the collective weaving process. You understand what I'm saying? It is every time I have spoken to you over the last 6 years. Yeah, 6 years now that I've had my channel. It's been every word that I've spoken to you. It's been every book that I've read to you. It's been every breakthrough that we've had in real time, live, interacting with each other. It's been all of these comments that contribute in some way to something that was missing. You feel me? This is the weaving process. It doesn't do me any motherfucking good to be a guru to you, the great one with this great one understanding. And so I stand out above the rest of you. I'm not interested in no shit like that. I've never been interested in no shit like that. Not politically, not in any of these spaces. I want to be acknowledged for the way that I contribute, for what I contribute. But I'm trying to create in you, not create in you. I'm trying to liberate the giant in you. I'm trying to help you see that what we are witnessing is an attempt to recreate a pattern that has worked for them quite well. We can see the periods in time where they have to make a radical pivot because too much about them has been exposed, and as a consequence, too much rebellion is being waged. And so every time there are these great periods in human history where they are exposed, people know too much about what they're doing behind closed doors, they make a great pivot. And instead of facing down that shit to create the possibility of finishing, completing, ending the period of war, we retreat collectively. We retreat. We stage a little contest, we stage a little rebellion, and then we get a little penance. They give the penance. We get a little penance, we pacified, and then we retreat. Over and over and over again. This is the way that we have to see political life and history unfolding at the same time in this web with these religious and spiritual, so-called spiritual institutions, the impact that they have had on one another, economically, scientifically, all of these things unfolding at the same time and impacting each other at the same time. This is how we arrived to where we are today. This is how I can make a declaration about what happened. This great fucking radical strategy that Constantine had was like, damn, why keep bucking? Why keep trying to plug all these holes of rebellion when all we got to do is create one world religion that unifies us all? You feel me? And I just become the chief custodian of the new religion. The one world religion was given birth to at the Council of Nicaea. Its impact has been reverberating because what does science say? An object in motion will remain in motion at the same velocity unless an equal and opposite object blocks its motion or halts its motion or reverses its motion. Isn't that science? It's just a different language to say the same thing, goddammit. Here, the seed of modern global oppression, what you now call the corporatocracy or or globalism or whatever cute ass little name you give the old-fashioned oppression, old-fashioned malignantly spreading empire, just like with Constantine, just like with Alexander, just like with Caesar, and the list goes on and on. Every every cycle, every generation, because we have not been hip to the game. The strategy that was it was perfected. The strategy was perfected under Constantine. That's what it was. And so, since the advent of the Council of Nicaea and the subsequent establishment of the Roman Catholic Church, turned the Holy Roman Empire on and on and on, and all of its little splinters, all of its little satellites, all of its little satellites. You understand? And since then, we can see politically, we can see scientifically, we can see philosophically, we can see historically, we can see economically, we can see culturally, we can see artistically, we can see all the ways, if we care to look, like the spider looks over her whole web. She can peep all the connections simultaneously. You feel me? Well, if the son gone rogue, his primary thing is to reproduce everything that the mother has done, actually steal, co-opt everything the mother has done and turn it upside down and flip it inside out. Then you can say that this global web that we're witnessing right now is the maleficent recreation and mutation of what the mother created. The mother creates the web. The mother is the weaver. The mother is the weaver of the fate, is the governess of the strands of destiny. Then I, as the son gone wrong, turning myself into the father and gonna create the same thing. But everything I create is deadly, poisonous, toxic, destroying, unhappy, terrible, warfield. The outcome is always the same. That's why you stay confused, because you picking at everything as something isolated. No, he has literally turned the world web upside down, inside out, and created a malignancy that can only produce the opposition to the mother. If the mother is life-giving and life-affirming and bountiful and joyous and all of this shit, and the son hates the mother, so he kills the mother and tries to recreate everything that she creates. But if you hate the mama, how can you create anything other than the exact opposite of what she has created, of what she produces, of what she guarantees? Stop acting confused politically. That's why I be so fucking goddamn tired of these hyper vigilant goddamn, because that's their patriarchy. These goddamn hyper philosophical goddamn socialists who want to debate a bitch till she blue in the face. That's why I told you I don't debate men. I don't debate men. Baby, you got it. You ain't got shit I want to say, because you came into the space not ready to hear. You came into the space knowing that you was going to debate a big black bitch, and so automatically your ass assumes that you are always the authority and right and know more than anybody in the room. I ain't got no time for that shit. I ain't got no time for that shit. I will not waste any time on that shit. So everybody else out here doing that bullshit, y'all got it. I sat there and watched maybe 5 minutes of this bullshit ass debate with Amanda Seale and all these other weirdos in the goddamn room. I'm like, this girl is so smart. Why would she do that? 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 The first thing I thought about when I saw that first 5 minutes, I was like, this ain't got shit to do with me. This bullshit, these little orchestration, that shit ain't got shit to do with me. What did she think she was going to win going into that space? What was the object? What was the outcome that she wanted to be to come as a consequence of this bullshit? And the first thing I thought about was that damn debate, that bullshit ass debate that Dr. John Henrik Clarke was pulled into at Oxford some 30 years ago, and it got to a point where he was like, "Oh, y'all ain't this is not like an honest debate." He said no. He said, and so at one juncture he just cut it off. He stopped facing, because he's blind. He stopped facing the person who was just being a contrarian. That's all he was doing, was being a contrarian. You feel me? And so he stopped talking to the main dude who was a rabbi, and he faced the audience and he said, okay, so I see what's going on here. And he said, this is all I got to say. I only debate with my equals. Everyone else I teach. And that's it. He didn't say nothing else. He didn't say nothing else. You feel me? And this bullshit ass IG. I'm not up in this motherfucker. I'm not up in here to try to win. I'm not in this any space to try to win a quote war of the minds with the sun gone rogue. I'm telling you, I'm not. I'm telling you, I'm not. That's why I don't get flustered at all. I don't get flustered at all. Y'all was giving up big props. What's that girl named? Princella, when she was in the quote debate with Candace Owens. And I watched maybe a minute of that. I was like, oh no, I am not going to sit up here and watch two black women put on a show for the white world. That's what they did. That's what their intention was. That's what they did. These two black women sat in front of each other and put on the show for the white world. You understand what I'm saying? And I'm not here for it. I'm not here. You are not my objective. My objective is to participate in the way my mother told me, which is to uncage the giant. Listen, literally waiting for the minute, to subdue the sun, the unruly sun in everyone's consciousness, and simultaneously unleash the giant held captive in the chest, in the literal cage, the goddamn rib cage. Held hostage in the rib cage of every human being impacted by goddamn patriarchal brigandage. The sun gone rogue, wreaking havoc on the whole goddamn planet. That's all I'm interested in. And if that ain't you, what you interested in, we ain't got nothing to talk about any motherfucking way. I ain't got shit to prove to you. I don't need statistics. I know they helpful. I know y'all like that shit. And sometimes I will use some statistics. But do you need statistics to know the world is fucked up? Do you need to know the statistics to know that the prison industrial complex is a wicked ass institution propped up by billionaire investors to bleed the life force out of human beings? And if that is their investment, then they have an equal obligation to create and ensure the conditions in the world at large that ensure that they have a steady flow of bodies into this thing that they made these healthy investments in. Do you need to know the ins and outs and the history of the prison industrial complex to know that that shit is fucked up and it's having a real time, it has daily real time implications on your goddamn life? Do you need to know all the historical statistical ins and outs of how you have been perpetually robbed of wealth and land through subprime mortgage scandals that have, quote, transferred wealth? No, bitch, you've been blunt force robbed. And because a bitch use a pen instead of a goddamn gun, or he use a pen instead of a goddamn sledgehammer to bust your goddamn door down, you think it's something more civil than what it actually is. No, it's blunt force, armed goddamn robbery. But fortunately, these motherfuckers have the power of the state as their arms. All they got to do is wave the pen and the state will go into function. It'll be the police that come to your house to put your ass the fuck out, not the dude who signed the dotted line. You understand me? So I don't need to debate with a motherfucker. That's why I be telling y'all, some of these people who knew and don't know better, you feel me, come up on here and be trying to be contrary, be trying to teach a bitch on her own shit. This ain't it. This ain't it. This is not it. This is not it. And I ain't having it. Your ass will be forever blocked. I'm not having it. And I make that because I am respectful. I don't go on other people's shit and do that. First of all, I don't do that to anyone else. I don't presume, even if it's some shit I don't agree with and feel like my input may be valuable in the discussion, I will email them. I don't be going up on their shit, trying to teach them on their own shit. Y'all don't even learn the base level of fucking respectful interaction and intercourse. I'm talking about interdialogue with other human beings and honor their sovereignty. This is the starting point. I don't know how y'all think y'all gonna create the world y'all say y'all want to create when y'all can't even do the minuscule base level foundational work that requires you to understand, learn, and relearn how to engage with human beings, respectfully and honoring their sovereignty, even those human beings you may not agree with at the moment. How can I still enter into a conversation? How can I still enter into a space with a human being? Respect. The very first thing in entering the space is that I respect the sovereignty of this human being. What's the basis of my respect for their sovereignty? Because I love my mama. And if I love my mama and I know my mama and they mama are connected. Why? Because all females who have given birth are connected to the mother all the way back to the one. I respect your mama because I love my mama. And so I have to honor your sovereignty, because if I don't honor your sovereignty, I'm not honoring my mother. This is real shit. This science, this is spirituality, this is political life. This explains why the patriarchy has been able to maintain a stranglehold on the goddamn planet, is because human beings have been taught that none of us have any value. None of us. None of us. None of us have any value. And so if we see that we don't have any value and nobody else has any value, then it takes off these limitations, these quote limitations. We feel we can say and do anything to anyone we want to and call that shit free speech. No, you a dick. You're a dick. You're an asshole. That's what it is. It's not free speech. Free speech under the goddamn sun gone rogue, free speech under the patriarchy is meant to harm, because everything that comes from the patriarchy is meant to harm. It's meant to demoralize. It's meant to reduce. It's meant to subjugate. It's meant to oppress. And so you get caught, you get your panties in a bunch under the guise of, well, it is free speech. Well, our Constitution guarantees us free speech. But because you have no relationship to the mother, you have no memory of what unity within the one even feels like in your flesh, that you feel fine harming humans with your mouth. You feel fine. As a matter of fact, you feel emboldened cutting people with the blade that is your tongue. You don't have respect for human beings because you too are severed in your relationship with the one. I'm trying to tell you, we cannot create the new world if we are not actively engaged in it right now. And that takes two things. It takes challenging the goddamn patriarch in your head every day, and everything that you do in your action and your behavior that is indicative of a unified, beautiful, harmonious, sovereign respect for every human being that you come in contact with is a shot that you have popped off at the goddamn patriarch, the parasitic patriarch, taking up space in your head that he didn't pay you for. That's what I was telling y'all the other night, man. That's why it struck me, because I keep talking about, like, you know, LGBTQIA and sovereignty and all of these things. But there was a deeper layer when I was outside in real time and saw this person, like, you know, like runway walking down the sidewalk. I showed y'all an image of this young man. He identified as man. This young man walking down the sidewalk, sashaying in his leather boots all the way up to the thigh, and his glistening, you know, sequiny, glittery, this and that and this and that. And everybody I saw was either frowning or pointing or laughing or visibly disturbed. And in that actual moment, I was like, this is the evidence. This is the evidence. This is the evidence, baby. This is why rebellion is the sin of witchcraft, because rebellion, more than anything, is a direct shot, is a direct and potentially fatal shot at the patriarch taking up space in your head. That's why you are physically uncomfortable. You are physically uncomfortable, visibly moved in the worst way by anything that is not normal. Anything that is outside the norm established by the patriarch, whoever that patriarch is, bitch, because that patriarch can be an atheist and still have a patriarch taking up space in his head. Anything established as normal, and any opposition in action or behavior to that established, collectively accepted normal, we are immediately uncomfortable. We are immediately triggered. We are immediately angry or disturbed, or who they think they is, or why they came out the house looking like that, or why they trying to shame the bunch, or any of these narratives that all of us have said. Why she wear that bonnet out the house? That is you being triggered by what you perceive is against the normal, and anything that's against normal, baby, is a rebel. Anything against normal is a rebel. Why she got booty shorts on? Don't she know that this is a rape culture? This is your inner rebel making you uncomfortable as hell. This is your patriarch saying, bitch, be mad. And depending upon in the moment which which thing, your baby giant, your in-cage giant, or your patriarchal father God in your head, your action will be the external personification of who is winning territory in your body. Is it your emperor that is seizing territory, or is it the false ass king in your head seizing territory? And how you respond and how you behave will determine who's winning the war in your own spirit, in your own soul, in your own flesh. You point, you laugh. That ugly bitch. That shit was a breakthrough for me the other night because I'm all about the rebel, but I had not gone deep enough. The rebel is you. The rebel is your emperor. The rebel is your emperor, your heart, attempting to stage a goddamn contest. And when I was telling y'all how I be telling people, because I get a lot, I don't get a lot anymore, but I do sometimes, every now and again, we'll get an email, a dissertation, usually from somebody who got an attitude about something I said, or by somebody who think they know more than me in the one video they done seen of mine and want to give me a whole dissertation on how I'm wrong. Or who want to teach me who I actually am and why how I identify is wrong. You understand? And I say, look, before you get up on my shit, before you take the time to draft me an email, what I want you to do, if you are triggered by something that I say to you, and I am not telling you what to do. I'm never telling you what to do. I'm trying to teach you. I'm trying to teach you. And I always tell you in my teaching, what is for you is for you. What is not, leave it be. Don't be angry. Don't be mad. Don't feel the need to prove a motherfucking thing to me. What is for you is for you. What is not for you or what does not resonate, leave it where it is and be emboldened by those things that did resonate with you and move on. But if you come into my email with some bullshit, I'm probably going to block you. I will still take the time to gently explain my position, but I will probably block you because I already know what's going on. You feel me? The other thing I tell you to do is if you are triggered by something that I say, before you react to something that you are triggered by, and I used to tell y'all, take yourself into your bathroom mirror, turn the light on and look at your own eyeballs and ask yourself out loud, what is it about what she said that caused me to have such a reaction? Is this something that I should lean deeper into? Is this a flaw in me? Or is this something else? Because typically 99.9% of the time, the only time you are uncomfortable is when your patriarch is harassed. I promise you. I promise you. 99.9% of the time, when you feel triggered, immediately angry, who that bitch thinks she is, she don't know what she talking about. I can guarantee you, if you take enough time to take some deep breaths, go in that bathroom, I mean, literally look in your eyeballs. Look in your eyeballs and ask yourself, what is it about what this woman said that has made me feel this way, so uncomfortable, so triggered, whatever. Is this something that I need to lean deeper into? Or is there something genuinely wrong, amoral, not right about what she said? After you take the time to look in your own eyes, this is scrying. You are not just asking yourself, when you look in your own eyes, you're asking your ancestors to come on deck, because I might be with that bullshit. So why am I mad? You feel me? Look at your eyeballs. Why am I mad? And is this something I need to dig deeper into what she said and formulate an actual opposition that's based on some shit? Or is this something else? Because 99.9% of the time when we are uncomfortable, it is because we have faced a moment where we must challenge our inner patriarch. But we can't even be honest enough with our own goddamn self. We cannot even be honest enough with our own goddamn self to say, even as I might have been a practitioner in an African tradition for 32 years, bitch, there is still a patriarch alive in me that must die every day. I must wage war against him every day until the battle is won. Otherwise, you're doing what we do politically in the world. You get a shot off, you get a pop off, and you retreat because you think the job is done. You retreat because you think the job is over. You retreat because you think the war is won. Meanwhile, every time you might get a pop off, you might get a shot off, this motherfucker is automatically regrouping. Okay, we was weak over here. How do we regroup and make sure this shit don't happen again, so we have a stronger hold when we go back up into this aggression of ours again? Your ass retreat every time you gain a little territory, every time you win a single battle, your ass retreat from the concessions given to you by your goddamn owner, your boss, your patriarch. And then he becomes stronger in the establishment of a new strategy that adjusts for and accounts for this minor victory that you had in this single moment. You think I'm lying? You think that cannot be applied to actual real world historical scenarios? I've talked to you about the War of the Flea. I've talked to you about the Mau Mau, the mighty Mau Mau of Kenya. What did they do? They won. They was vicious. They was gangsters. They won some shots. But guess what happened? They were overcome because their enemy never rests, bitch. Their enemy never slept, bitch. Their enemy never rested and never slept. And instead, what their enemy did was, after they had a few battles where the British asses was handed to them. Do you know that after the Mau Mau were officially subdued, the British and the United States government took notes, wrote books on the strategies of the Mau Mau to apply to their own military strategy? That's what the War of the Flea was. The governments that were at war with these bourgeoning revolutionary movements throughout South America, taking notes. Damn, they did that shit. We need to make a note of that for the next time. And do you know what the United States government published after I think it was, I don't remember who it was. Was it Fidel or Che? I don't remember which one of them that wrote the book, The War of the Flea. Do you know what the United States government published? Not as an open book for you to go buy, published as a part of the mandatory reading material of their Army, their Navy, and their Marines. A book called Winning the War of the Flea. They write the War of the Flea about guerrilla combat and the guerrillas themselves. And then their opposition writes a book called a mandatory reading called Winning the War of the Flea. How to beat them at their own shit. But y'all take retreats. Y'all romanticize these little small victories. So whether that's out in the world or whether that's right here, whether that's strategy of different governments taking notes of how you beat them in this moment or that moment and coming back stronger and more consolidated, or whether it's that same government using social media, your email, your ideology, your education to do the same thing to make sure that this is winning the war within your body, not this. This is winning the war. What's that based on? This versus this, this versus this. What's that based on? Ancient, what y'all call alternative medicine. These philosophies cover everything. The separation between the head and the mind, the placing of the head over the heart in all of these patriarchal societies, though every single one of these alternative medicine teaches us that the heart governs the mind. The heart is responsible for what we call the consciousness and the subconscious. And it's not until today. But for the better part of the emergence of modern medicine, some 300-400 years, the mind controls the lower body, not the other way around. These philosophies are all intertwined. And I'm telling you that the Council of Nicaea is a place where they converge, where we can actually see all of these philosophies, all of these ideologies, all of these theologies and religious beliefs, cultural, traditional religious beliefs converged. They converged at the Council of Nicaea and have been unchallenged in any great way, because every conclusion that we come to has been the wrong conclusion. Every issue is the issue, but the real issue. Every issue is the issue, but the real issue. And so this is what we intended to be the outcome of the global conspiracy to right all wrongs. It is to use science and spiritual understanding and cultural historical traditions and our understanding of history as a science, and our understanding of philosophy as a science, and our understanding of politics as a science, our understanding of health and wellness and how it relates to them all. Every campaign, every strategy, this is how it informs us. So being scientists, being spiritual people, having a deliberate and thoughtful and willful strategic ideology that is always trying to mend our relationship with the mother while at the same time subduing the impact of the rogue son on our lives, our daily lives, and the ways that that comes out. So when we start talking about, like I did with y'all last week, about why is it important for us to read, like The Biology of Belief by Bruce Lipton, and why is it why is it important for us to understand the science, the quantum science of the impact of human emotion and our voice on the molecular structure of water in The Hidden Messages in Water by Masaru Emoto? Why is it important for us to be understanding, at least at a base level, quantum physics and the impact and the ways that that might just be a different language for an old understanding? Remember, I had that whole moment where I was like, damn, we be talking about the fates as the weavers of human destiny, and the fates have existed in every culture. The fates may be the personification of grandmother spider over here in Native American culture, and it might be the spider as a Nazi, and in Nigerian and Ghanaian culture, and it may be the moray in the Greek understanding, and the Norns in the Nordic regions. But there is, every society has this way that they have understood the ever present impact that the weavers, who are the weavers? Your mothers. You can be mad about it or not, it's moot. Your mothers, as the weavers of human destiny, these beautiful, quote, mythological, metaphorical stories that help people understand a real scientific phenomenon. Do you understand? The reason that the fates exist, the Iami Aj is another prime example of the fates and the ever-present impact that the fates have on the lives of the entire planet, not just humans, everything on the planet. And how can we apply this language of an observation scientifically? And I was like, damn, thinking about all the stories combined that I've ever read of the fates and any personification from any culture, the first thing that I thought about was these theories, these theories in quantum physics, string theory and quantum entanglement. And every time you look at a weaver, every time you look at a story of the fates, the all-seeing fates that represent the past, the present, the future, and all dimensions and time in between, the governesses of both birth, life, and death and reincarnation, Manasane, she who is responsible for your memory in life and the erasing of your memory when you transition so that you can learn the lessons from the next life that you incarnate into. All of these stories are connected. And so I'm thinking about these stories of the weavers of the threads of time and human destiny, and how even the gods themselves dare not challenge the fates in every culture. And then I think about these ideas of like string theory and quantum entanglement that still use the same images that the ancients painted. Child, we're all speaking multiple languages, communicating a singular reality, if we can learn the languages and we can learn how they intersect. Do you understand? The work of the fates, and I'm talking about Bruce Lipton and The Biology of Belief, and I'm talking about Emoto and The Hidden Messages in Water. And who was the author of The Hidden Life of Trees? Hold on. It is not. I ain't gonna keep putting it in a different place. But whatever. You feel me? I just had that. I don't know. Child be placing shit everywhere. But anyway, you feel me? That walk that we did through pure lust, where we were having actual moments where we saw the evidence of quantum entanglement. Like, to me, what y'all call prophecy is understanding science. You feel me? Like, we read a book that a woman who died 10, 15 years ago, and she wrote the book in 1973, and we're reading a passage in the book about a man in the book who was going through this thing at the time, Oppenheimer. The same week that the movie Oppenheimer was released at the movies was the same time that we ended up on the chapter that she's talking about Oppenheimer in the book, as she was experiencing Oppenheimer in real time in 1973. And I was like, oh my fucking God, is this really happening? Like, is this where the past and the present, and from her point of view, the present and the future met in the same place at the same time? Those of you who were following me when I was reading Pure Lust, that shit happened so many times in that book, where it felt like we had done an actual real live time warp in real time. The same week that we were reading the chapter, I'd never read the book before. The same week that we were reading the chapter on what was being released at the time, the book, The Color Purple, and she did a whole section on The Color Purple, and they had done a remake of The Color Purple on Christmas Day, and the same day that we were reading about The Color Purple was the same day that The Color Purple was re-released on December 25th, a couple of years ago. I said, y'all, you cannot make this shit up. This is the period that we're in. This is how all these things meet. The science of astrology partnered with the sister science of astrology, us learning in real time what it meant, what divination actually meant, right? Like the brother in Abram's book talking about you predict the future by creating it, right? And so I was like, damn, that's deep, right? But then I went deeper. I was like, well, what's the etymology of predict? To predict is to say or write. Not to see the future, to say or to write. And then it's going on saying in reference to like the future or whatever. But to say or to write is what the actual etymology of the word predict means. So when Sister Tajali tells us that she was in this religious organization and they were in this partner relationship with this organization called Jesus for Jews, and one of the things that she remembered that the youth teacher from Jesus for Jews was telling them is that according to the Talmud, you are not guilty of any crime as long as you tell someone out loud what you intend to do to them. So if you intend to murder them, you tell them that you intend to murder them, you have not committed a crime, at least where the Talmud is concerned. I was like, oh my God, this explains everything. And the reason that we were talking about it is because again, every couple of days they talking about, oh my God, how they do that? The Simpsons did it again. How they see the future and all of that shit, right? Now, me, the conspiracy theorists, I'm like, they don't see the future. They write the future. You feel me? I didn't know what that meant, like really, but I was like, that ain't it. They didn't see the future. They didn't predict the future. This is like what some people call like, there's a word for it called predictive programming. This is predictive programming. That's what I said. This is predictive programming, right? And but I didn't understand the basis of it. I was just like, yeah, this is predictive programming. I was like, but they're like, but damn, how can they get it like exactly how it is? And then she told me that, and it was like, this singular instance was like, yes, because you are talking about an unbroken line that connects all these patriarchal religions since the Council of Nicaea. They are all in bed together. They do their bidding together. They don't give a fuck about you because you are the pawns that they can use to their whim and to their will to meet their strategic goals of maintaining their position of power over the rest of us. Y'all are the cannon fodder. Y'all are the pawns on the chessboard. They don't give a fuck about you, but they use your allegiance. They use the ability to put ideas in your mind that win you to some greater purpose, like warfare, that win you to some greater purpose, like being a soldier, like going to some foreign country where ain't nobody did shit to you, but you feel so convicted by this bullshitting ass make-believe idea like American exceptionalism that ain't ever won you a motherfucking thing, that you come back to a house where your baby and your children are on food stamps, and you done went and murdered all these human beings and probably did some other corrupt ass shit because of the collective guilt and consciousness and shame that if somebody do something really terrible and bad to a person over there in warfare, you don't want to be the eyeball out, so you do this terrible, awful thing too. You feel me? And then you come home fucked up, not just from seeing the damage of war, but the shit you did, you had no business doing. The things that you did to terrorize human beings and individuals and babies under the auspice of goddamn red, white, and blue, or whatever color your goddamn flag is, because you're all guilty. You all want to be both the victim and the victor. Poor soldiers. We had to support our soldiers. They get treated so wrong when they come to America. We have to support our soldiers. We have to support our police. They become both victim and victor. They become both oppressed and oppressor. Poor soldiers. Poor soldiers. Meanwhile, the reason that the majority of them are conflicted and fucked up on drugs and disabled and terrorized internally is because of the shit that they were programmed to do and accept as normal when going out behind closed doors. Because don't nobody know what they did when they came home. Don't nobody know what they did. No, nobody know that they participated in gang rapes of human beings and the most gruesome things you can possibly imagine, keeping souvenirs of people's body parts and shit. Don't nobody know what they did gruesome over there. And so they think that they can just leave that shit over there. And then they come home in, quote, normal society, in a regular society, and be conflicted. And because the military is its own internal government, you don't hear the stories unless one of them break loose, because they have their own military, they have their own judges, they have their own prisons, And unless something happened outside their own little secret government, then you find out the number of men who come home and kill their wife and children, or who go on killing sprees, like the 4 men who were in the same squadron in Afghanistan and came home. The 4 of them came home and got, in the 3 months that they was, quote, on leave, went on a killing spree and ended up killing 12 civilians in Colorado. You ain't hear shit about it. This shit is this regular ass motif. And yes, while people who are made, whether primarily through social circumstances, don't know, it ain't too many people who go off to war because they are a true patriot. They go to war or join the military because it offers them some semblance of a future in a world that otherwise has made a future impossible for them. And so they're like, well, at least I'll be able to go to school and pay my bills and maybe own a house. And so I'll go to war and hopefully I won't get sent nowhere where I'm in active combat. Then your ass, because of your proximity to your black ass mama, the darker you are, the more likely your ass is going to be sent into goddamn active combat. You feel me? Or native or mixing. Your ass is going to be sent out to goddamn active combat. And then because you in the social circumstances, the emotionally manipulated social circumstances that ensure that you are not only, quote, a soldier, that you have no conscience and that you are always compliant to the demands of those that you see in positions of power. And so if it means that you have to display your willingness to comply, and the way that your commanding officer says requires that you display your true allegiance is to aggress against the bodies of women, you will do it because you don't want to be shamed by your homies. You don't want to be condemned by your officer. That's the basis for all of these social manipulation studies that exist, is to see how pliable human beings are when faced with shame, when faced with judgment, when faced with punishment. How far will you go? How gruesome are you willing to be to comply to the demands of one that you see above yourself, greater than you? That's what they're for. Is to identify statistically how pliable human beings will be. And you think that these scientific studies that have been conducted through this goddamn country since the turn of the 20th century are not what is being are not what you're witnessing right now, in the complicity of black skin and brown skin men busting in people's doors, cracking people over the head, stealing babies from homes, hog tying babies and putting them in goddamn cages, separating them from their mamas. I cease to be amazed at how many black and brown faces are being paraded in front of us for a reason. on purpose. We know that this is a white supremacist agenda, a white nationalist agenda, spearheaded by white nationalist billionaires. But to create this buffer of illusion between us and them, every time you see these raids on 90% of the time is black and brown men executing the worst crimes on human beings because of these studies that guaranteed that outcome. That if you put a man in a minuscule, especially men who don't think they have any power anyway, socially, if you put them in anything that even resembles a modicum amount of power, how willing will they be to commit crimes against those who look just like them if given what they believe are just the base level keys to power? And you're watching it in real time. You're watching it in real time. And a few years ago, several years ago, damn near a decade ago, everybody's little heart feathers was being plucked by that bullshit that came out, The Handmaid's Tale, right? Everybody was like, oh my God, The Handmaid's Tale. Oh my God. And you're seeing, they were saying the quiet part out loud in your face. And because you were so caught up in the poor victimized white women, you could not see what was literally in your face the whole time. Every time the lead character, every time that white girl walked out the house, every time she went to the grocery store, every time she walked down the street, no matter where she went, in plain sight, but in the background, was some man of color with an assault rifle. Every single man in the movie. I just went back and watched it last night. I said, you know what? Let me go back. I watched 3 episodes of that bullshit last night. I didn't even watch the whole thing because I got enough in the first season. Every man that you see that is not in a position of power, and the only men in positions of power that you see are white men in Gilead. Every last one of the commanders in every house that you see is a white man with a compliant white wife. Not only a compliant and complicit white wife, but most of the time an enthusiastic participant white wife. You understand? And this white girl, every time she walk out the house, every time she go to everywhere she goes, there are men with assault rifles standing on every corner, in every space where women be, and this is the first 3 episodes. Every single one of them were men of color. Every single one. And the reason that y'all got y'all panties in a bunch about that show is because you can only empathize with the gravity of suffering when you can see that suffering embodied in white women. Meanwhile, what history teaches us is in their proximity, white women, in their proximity to white patriarchal power personified and the progenitors of those same patriarchs. They are the life givers of those patriarchs. Not only are they the servants and the wives to these patriarchs who see and internalize their own value in proximity to the brutality of these white patriarchs, in order to feel powerful themselves in a situation where they are otherwise powerless, they will become the active or enthusiastic initiators of the violence against others. But when they suffer, we, above all others, we have to empathize with them. We have to see the sameness in their suffering with us. Meanwhile, they too become the personification, the strategic created, generated weapon under the domination of the Roman Catholic Church, with the seed as the Council of Nicaea. These women, all these hundreds of years later, have to see themselves as both the victor and the victim and the victor. How does that play out? In their willing participant, their willingness, their willing participation. Not only they're willing, they're enthusiastic, willing, joyful, evil, fucking incendiary, and in a lot of the ways initiatory participation in the oppression and exploitation of others. while they call for you to be their perpetual allies, we're all in this together. We're all in this together. But as soon as power is afforded them, that power that was afforded them by the collective activity of women seeing the sameness in our suffering. As soon as they get what they need from the collective organizing of that sameness in our suffering, they betray. This is not my opinion. It is something that we can point to over and over and over again. Their proximity to the white father God as personified in the flesh as white male patriarchal domination of the globe in this moment. Because I'm always making that clarification. This is the peak personification of patriarchy on earth. It's white and male. It is not only. It is white and male. It's the peak personification of the sun gone rogue, right? Of utmost young at noon in the desert. This is white male patriarchal presentation on the world, on the planet in this moment. But if we do not learn the science that teaches us how to navigate the perpetual waves within the one, the peculiarities that occur so that we can create this harmonious union within the one of the multi-dimensional ways that the one presents itself within itself. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because while we talk about the poles, right? These poles represent the extremes of the one, not in opposition to everything else. The poles are black and white, female and male. They're not binaries, they're poles. They're extreme presentations within the one, because we all embody everything that is within the one. We both embody male and female. We all embody all the dynamics within this relationship inside the one. These are the poles, the polar extremes of the multi-faced she, the divine androgyne. Why the divine androgyne? That is the she. It is because the divine androgyne encapsulates both the masculine and the feminine energy and all of the presentations in between. All of the presentations of masculine and feminine that rest between the polar extremes. So the polar extremes in this moment, right, may be me. I am black, I am female, and I identify as heterosexual. That is a polar extreme personification. A polar extreme personification of the masculine energy is white and male and heterosexual. All people on earth, no matter how they choose to live, still exist harmoniously in this space in between the two polar expressions. They're not in opposition to each other until something goes wrong in the whole and the sun rages out of control and sets everyone else against the one, against the self, against the mother. You feel me? So I see this question that you're asking, Yolanda, and I don't know the basis of the question. I don't understand like the space that the question is coming from. And I understand these days that there are a lot of like conspiracy theories, if you will, about the certain very peculiar personification of trans women that are like Bruce Jenner. I mean, like Caitlyn Jenner, right? These personifications that I call fence riding personally, right? These personifications where you want your patriarchy and you want to eat it too. Like you want to, if you have me tell it. Now, I don't know the workings of this person's mind, but I know that we have enough anthropological, mythological, and historical antidotes to point to a very political, historical political historical basis for why a Caitlyn Jenner in this period in human history. Because I have seen a lot of discussions, debates, if you will, about Caitlyn Jenner and how Caitlyn Jenner has, betrays the trans community, betrays her community as a trans person by being a far right Republican. And I am telling you, just like I did with the metaphor about white women and their proximity and their conflict as fence riders, historical fence riders, because again, we see the world through the domination of the white male patriarch that has taken up all the space in our consciousness. White women exist within this. They contribute to it, but they still exist within that, right? And so recognizing who is taking up space, who is taking up dominion in what we call the crown of our head, right? The crown or the throne in our head, because your crown is the chakra, your throne is the pineal gland, if you want me to get that specific, right? Who is taking up space in the throne of your mind? Do you understand? And so Caitlyn Jenner to me is not confusing at all. Caitlyn Jenner can be the personification of the sun, the absolute chief personification of the sun gone rogue. Why can I say that? Because Caitlyn Jenner, before transitioning, was a wealthy, athletic, award-winning, Apollo-esque, if you will, personification of utmost male whiteness. Right? This is the personification of the sun gone rogue, right? Or the sun as king. Let's start there. But in a society that is dominated by the sun gone rogue, what is the basis of the sun gone rogue? What is the primary basis of the sun gone rogue? The primary basis of the sun gone rogue is his hatred of the mother. And in his hatred of the mother, trying to co-opt the image of the mother. Do you hear me? This is happening at the same time. To want to be like the mother, but be greater than the mother. So you must simultaneously co-opt the image of the mother and disappear the actual mother. Co-opt the image of the mother, and at the same time, make sure that no one on earth remembers the mother. Do you understand? This is why, at least as we learned in the Great Cosmic Mother, why so many mythologies have these stories of males who were the consorts of deities, particularly like Aphrodite and Venus and on and on and on. And in an attempt to subdue the mother, they had to first learn the mother's secrets. And so they would wear the mother's clothes to enter into spaces that were, quote, denied them, to learn her secrets and then use her secrets against her to subdue her, right? This is throughout so many mythologies, this story of the son, who dresses like the mother to steal the mother's secrets and then use those secrets to destroy the mother. In so many mythologies, this story exists, right? But we ain't got to just talk about mythology. We can talk about the impact in the real world of mythology on Earth in history, easily identified. Why all spiritual, quote, religious, sacred men wear robes, wear the ceremonial robes of the mother, of the temple whores or the temple harlots, or that were reserved for the temple women. We can go back further than that. In an attempt to be like the mother, the self-imposed self-castration of the eunuch priests in the temples of the mother. The many ways that this shows up in a patriarchal society, it's always a toxic presentation. In the what we call the matriarchal period, when you talk about ceremonies where the males attempt to be like the mother and in an attempt to embody and experience the power of the mother, it was not self-mutilation and self-castration. It was ritual. A lot of the time it was homosexual sex. It was rituals where males dressed like females and were worshipped as the goddess in ceremony. It was males embodying a female and then being engaged in being the recipient of homosexual sex, to embody the goddess, to be close to the goddess. It was not ritual castration. Once you see the impact of the sun gone rogue, the emergence of the patriarchy in these ceremonial spaces, then you start to see genital mutilation, self-castration, quote, male mentors reproducing the birthing process where they give birth to their male mentees, they reproduce the birthing. Somebody gonna be mad, but that's E5. There's E5. Where the whole proliferation of the idea of the male mother throughout different societies, throughout different, right now today. I just told y'all, I didn't know until recently, 2-3 months ago, that till I was taking this sitar lesson and learning the actual names of the notes, the words associated with the notes. And the mother note is called Ma, and the extended word for the note Ma is Mahatma, and the word Mahatma means mother. And so I didn't know that Gandhi's name wasn't Mahatma Gandhi, it was Gandhi, and he gave himself the title Mahatma, which means mother Gandhi, and he made the declaration in an interview that he intends to be the mother of a liberated India. Why mother? If the father all that, why the mother? If all the deities that you worship in Hinduism are male dominated, why the mother? In his ceremony to prove his prowess, his victory over his desires, forcing girls to bathe him naked to see if he could get over his urges and his cravings. Child, please, everywhere, the male mother. If you think that it's not, if you think I'm going too far, it's the basis behind every I just read a story the other day where they talking about they think they have perfected a goddamn robot that can function as an artificial womb to give birth to babies. Every time you turn around, this desperate, malignant attempt of the son as the father attempting to do the one thing, in the one thing that he hates his mother for the most is the creation and recreation of real life. Every story, all the way back to Sumeria, when Enki tries to reproduce the life-giving power that is his mother's. Though she gave him every power that she had, the only one he did not have was the ability to create life. And what did he do? Because he was so mad, he was like, fuck that, I can give life too. If you can give life, I can give life. And he tries to make himself pregnant. And he ends up causing the great flood that we all read about all later in the game, in the Bible. Enki caused the great flood, and the great flood, and you read the story in Greek mythology too, as an act of castration of the god Uranus. He is castrated, and when his penis falls in the goddamn ocean, his ejaculate in his penis falls in the ocean, he gives birth to Aphrodite. Zeus attempting to be the male mother by giving birth to Athena, by giving birth to Athena out his head, and giving birth to Dionysus out his motherfucking thigh bone. Every story, everywhere of the male, of the son gone rogue, child, the son set apart from his mother, the son severing his cord with the mother, attempting to reproduce the one thing that he could not reproduce, which was real life, the creation, seemingly from nothing into the material world of real life. Jesus' story is the same. Jesus' story is exactly the same. Jesus is the newest male mother, angry with the birth. His only way as God to incarnate on the earth was to his mama. Even God himself had no recourse. Why? If God created everything, if God created Adam and Eve all back in the day and shit, how couldn't he just take some clay and shit and sculpt himself and breathe himself into Jesus? Why he couldn't? He did that in the Garden of Eden, supposedly. Why he couldn't do it in the New Testament with Jesus? The only God in the history of all gods who did not incarnate himself through the sexual act. He was the only one. He hated females so much. Supposedly his creation. He hated females so much that he was repulsed by the idea, unlike Zeus, who went around raping to and fro. Zeus went around raping to and fro. You feel me? But unlike Zeus, this God, this new God, this greater God of all the gods that have ever been, could give birth to himself, because that's what they say. She was just a vessel. She was a nobody. He gives birth to himself, but he has to do that through this vessel called Mary. You feel me? But he was so repulsed by women that he couldn't even visit her. He sent his angel. He was like, look, dude, here's my sacred seed. Now go on down there and impregnate that bitch so I can give birth to myself. And here we are today. Here we are today. Here we are today. And I know it's a touchy subject, but we again have to see the totality in everything. I am a devotee, if you will, of the mother. So when I say that I believe in sovereignty above all else, sovereignty within the one, sovereignty within the mother, honoring everyone's sovereignty because I honor my mother. You understand? Because I honor my actual birth mama. You feel me? And for me to say that we can still have a conversation that honors people's sovereignty and still acknowledges how mythology and history and oppression impact our lives, how we have to sit with this idea that everything that we say that we believe, everything that we say we hold dear, every idea that we accept as ours, in lieu of everything else, everything that happens in our head in one way or another, especially if we are unconscious, in one way or another is informed and impacted by our relationship to patriarchy. It is the web that has been created by the sun gone rogue. It's just what it is. You don't have to accept it. You don't have to believe it because it's coming from me. I'm just telling you what it is. I'm telling you, this is the place where science and spirit and history and architecture and agriculture and anthropology and archaeology and ancestral tales and transference of information through genetic material and shit all merge. They all converge. And so while I can look at a Bruce Jenner and say, to me, especially given the fact that there have been so many blatant hostilities towards the very community that they claim to be a part of, and how Caitlyn Jenner's material interests are in direct opposition. Caitlyn Jenner's material interests are in direct opposition with their communities. Caitlyn Jenner's material interest is in direct opposition with the interest of the LGBTQIA. And every time she gets called on it, people, just like female white women, people want to come to her defense. Poor white woman. She's just confused. Really, though? Y'all be saying that about men. They just confused. They just don't know better. They just stupid. They just don't know. And so you be letting shit slide with men, not recognizing that male people are born. They're born innocent. And as soon as they break the surface, they are being programmed and primed to become soldiers of war in the army of the Lord, whose main objective is to subdue and disappear the female. Every male, that is what they're training. It's everywhere. It's not just in a household. Every time they go out into the world, all of this information coming to them that they are processing teaches them that the she is the enemy. Do you think that programming, because we receive the same programming, but that programming teaches us that we are to be subdued, we are to be trained. And if we want to prove our loyalty to the patriarchy in our head, then we too must engage in violent, subduing, shaming, guilting behavior of those that we perceive below us. So some of the most effective and efficient patriarchs of the last 2,000 years have been women. Why? It is because we are the one that the baby is introduced to when they hit the surface, when they incarnate. And based on the level and the efficiency of the programming in our skull and our allegiance to the Father God in our skull will determine how efficient we will be in programming these soldiers for the Father God. Whether that is whether that is programming them to be serial killers, programming them to be abusers, programming them to be Unibombers, programming them to be better patriarchs. That's based on our allegiance due to our programming to accept the supremacy of the Father God in our own mind. So Caitlyn Jenner, to me, is a perfect personification of what y'all reduce to conflict. I say, in a lot of ways, this is the conspiracy theory aspect of it, okay? Because there's a lot of conspiracy theories about all these prior presidents who supposedly their wives or the first ladies were trans women, right? Y'all haven't heard the conspiracy theories, how Barbara Bush was trans and how what's the other one? I forget her name, but FDR's wife was trans, and there was a whole movie about J. Edgar Hoover. He wasn't trans, but he was he had they called it a fetish. He may have been trans and just didn't want to admit it, you know what I'm saying? But he had a deep longing and fetish for dressing in women's clothing, but he was so malignantly hostile towards men who were more confident, if you will, in dressing in women's clothing, right? He was very hostile towards gay people and anybody that in any way triggered this deep desire that his heart had, but his head ruled. Do you hear? What does that mean when I say when the heart's desires are at war with or at odds with the head? Even Western medicine concedes now. Even Western medicine concedes now. The ancients and other healing modalities have always said that it is the head that governs the activity. I mean, it is the heart that governs the activity of the head. Or in Chinese medicine, the heart or the emperor, the heart is the emperor, houses the mind or houses the shin. The shin is your collective conscious mind and subconscious mind. That's the shin. And the heart houses the shin. And so to know the truth of one's heart is to see the presentation of their shin, right? And so this becomes synonymous with like mental illness. Mental illness is a condition of the heart, no matter what the mental illness is, psychopathy, sociopathy, or manic depression. It is considered a condition of the heart. It is treated because the heart, the root of the tongue branches from the heart, right? And so all conditions of the voice and the tongue are treated by the heart, right? And so now Western medicine finally, all Johnny come lately, like it usually is, concedes and discovers, oh my gosh, there is more electric synaptic activity in the heart than there is in the brain. And lo and behold, this synaptic activity is what informs the brain of how to behave where the rest of the body is concerned. It is a feedback loop that is not from the mind down, like your Father God has taught you, but it is from the center up and down, up and down. The loop is up and down, not always down, or always up, always up. It's always one or the other, not both, simultaneously at the same time, all the time. You feel me? So what do I mean by your Father God has taught you down or up? The down is you go into hell, synonymous with you go into hell, and the up is synonymous with you ascending into heaven. Why? Because to go down, for the consciousness, for the sun to make its journey down, is to go into the nether regions. What's the nether regions? Your vagina or your penis. You feel me? It is to go into your root. It is to go into your crotchatorial. It is to go into the nether regions that the Christian said was the gateway to hell. The Christian said that. That's not me like paraphrasing. The Christian said that the gateway to hell is a woman's fucking vagina. This was a metaphor for the, quote, sun in his sojourn from heaven into the nether regions. This is also synonymous with, quote, the light bringer or the light bearers fall from heaven down to earth and into the underworld. Where what? Where what? Where the sun personified back in them days was the penis. So he falls to earth and then he disappears into the underworld. What's the underworld? His penis disappears into your vagina. That's why the serpent. Who was the serpent in Christian religion? Why is the serpent ever present and everywhere? The deceiving serpent in the garden, and the deceiving serpent here and there and there and there and there and there and there, right? I guarantee you, I'm telling you, I have a sneaky suspicion this all happened in the Council of Nicaea. Because up until that point, the serpent, recognized in almost every tradition, was the open mouth of the serpent, which was the woman's vaginal canal, who opens to envelop the sun. This is why in all of those primordial traditions, including it's written in your Bible in the story of Jezebel, when it's talking about the quote woman or the queen, who Jezebel was, the queen who gives birth to her sacred son, and her son becomes her lover. This was a mutation of the primordial story that is the story of the once parthenogenic, self-procreating, spontaneous cloner of herself, the mother. And through the evolutionary relationship with her earth mother as earth, saying, okay, now we need a son. Now we need to create a mutation on your double X chromosomes to ensure genetic diversity. So the cloning process is diversified through the introduction of the first Y chromosome, aka the first male. This is how that you always have these stories of the mother or the queen who gave birth to the sacred son who became her lover. Why did he become her lover? Because her daughter is her. Her daughter is her. In the asexual, spontaneous, procreative, parthenogenic process, she can only give birth to herself. A perfect reproduction, a perfect cloning of herself with the polar bodies in her ovum that can only reproduce herself. This is how the son of the mother becomes the lover of the mother, because her daughter is her mother. Her daughter is her mother. Her daughter is self. You see. And so, anyway, when the son gone rogue sets forth the narrative about gender, about identity, about any of those things, you can see the insidiousness if you pay attention. If you are not triggered in your very superficial base level about how you see Republicans or Reds or rednecks talking about gender politics, if you can see deeper that males are setting the narrative, staging the narrative, setting the narrative, writing the narrative of what constitutes gender, what constitutes, quote, real gender, what constitutes gender dysmorphia or what have you, it's still based, I'm telling you, because we see symbols before we see anything else. We remember symbols before we do anything else. That these personifications and identifications of gender within a patriarchal society are always skewed at best, toxic at worst. I'm telling you. And people don't want to have that conversation when talking about gender politics and gender issues, because the starting point, the foundation for a lot of these gender ideas are still based on narratives in response to narratives set by males. What do I mean when I say that? Is that a lot of these gender expressions and gender politics, the politics behind gender expressions, are still based in a response to oppression and a starting point of something happened to you at birth. Something was flawed in your birthing process. Gender dysmorphia. You were born in the wrong body. Gender dysmorphia. Something is wrong with your flesh. Gender dysmorphia. This still very old language about the inherent flawed evil nature of feminine flesh. I'm telling you, you think, I'm not trying to hurt nobody's feelings, because on the other side, I believe, I am convinced and have read enough to understand that under matriarchal societies, and y'all talk about it, y'all talk about how there used to be no oppression of, quote, two-spirit people here in the Americas, that if they came into the world and they appeared to move in within the group as male, but were born with female genitalia, the entire group would embrace them as male, and they would go through the same rituals and ceremonies and what you call it, rites of passage that males would. They would not be ostracized and set aside from the group. Y'all tell the stories all the time. There was a time way, way long ago where in Africa, those people that tended to present with multiple genders. I had a Babalawo tell me that there used to be an open acknowledgement of the 5 genders in Nigeria: the masculine female, the masculine female, the feminine male, the masculine male, and the feminine female, and the priest, who was supposed to be the embodiment of them all. Huh? Did that happen in the patriarchal takeover of Ifa? I guarantee it didn't. But I guarantee this was probably a norm within the matriarchal origins of the practice of Ifa, that you will hear people tell you often, even male historians. There was a time where people who may have presented as, in their behavior, as the opposite to their gender, and they would be the most likely to become priests and seers and diviners and be held up among the group. I guarantee you that was not the lived experience of people who presented that way under the patriarchal takeover of African traditions. So we have there are still people right now in different like offshoots in countries where there has not been as much global influence on their spiritual traditions, where these people who are born, quote, outside the polarized norm, male and female, imposed on us by Christian takeover of these philosophies, who are not ostracized by being what we would identify as a part of the LGBTQIA community. So when I talk about sovereignty being having to be the foundation of how we go out in the world, it's what informs me. For me to talk about these issues that are specific to the LGBTQIA plus community is not to pathologize them. That's what Western medicine does. That's what Western psychology does. That's what the patriarch in these spaces does. When I address these things that we see as societal ills levied upon the LGBTQIA plus community, it is to say that your suffering is because and not apart from the hostile takeover of the son gone rogue and its aggression against the mother in her many personifications. Going back to your inner rebel, anything that is outside the prescribed norms of the Council of Nicaea, you feel me, and all of its descendants, is anything that is outside the norm established by them is seen as a punishable sin that is equal to witchcraft, known as rebellion. What is rebellion? The attempt from within to destabilize the patriarch in your head. And so if you come into the world and you are told at the very bourgeoning that you are too, quote, boyish to be a girl, 30 years ago, I would have been diagnosed trans. That deep, that serious. Not that I was the embodiment of a fully embodied person with a harmonious divine masculine and divine feminine occupying the same space. That me loving to do things, quote, typically girls do, and equally loving to do things boys typically do. And once I was baptized in my initiation, which is known as my menarche or my menstrual cycle, when my moon came to welcome me, instead of it being held up as a ceremonious thing that needed to be upraised and upheld, right? It became my shame. my menstrual cycle became my shame. It became the thing it became the thing that became the origin of the war with myself. That anybody born with a uterus knows this discomfort where you are at perpetual war with yourself. You are in a perpetual state of dread of yourself. Damn, my period is coming in 3 days. You are in a perpetual state of dread, in opposition, at war with your own flesh. And unless somebody teaches you the sanctity, the power, the magic inherent in the welcoming of your moon, in the midst of an all blinding Father God, where the moon is disappeared, because you can't see the moon typically in the daylight, where the moon is disappeared, and where the only truth that exists is the truth of the light, then you internalize not only that this is your shame, your blood, your moon is your shame, but we all are introduced, most of us in this country are introduced to the world as Christians. And so we all read the very first story that tells us that the only reason that we bleed is because it is the mark of our shame, the major shame, the first shame, the shame that condemned all humans to hell. And we embody it in this war that we play out every month in our bodies. And the pain is the impact of it. Our menstrual cycle is not supposed to be painful. It is our pain, our sore breasts, our tight ribs, our cramps, our clots, our excruciating pain is literally the visible, palpable impact of this internal war between the Father God in your head and the mother still trying to wage a war from within your heart. It's deep and it permeates everywhere. So it's not peculiar to just people born female. This same conflict is imposed on people who are multi-gendered or gender non-conforming, or who have any expression that is outside the norm established by the Father God. Who are the disciples of the Father God today? Psychiatrists. Who are the disciples of the Father God today? The judges and police force and so on and so forth. Who are the disciples of the Father God today? Your government. And who is the object of their most violent aggression? Females and anybody in closest proximity to females. So these people who have a much more dynamic experience, LGBTQIA people who are non-gendered, because they're rebels by nature. That's why they are attacked. They're rebels by nature. That's why they are attacked. When you talk about goddamn, what you call that bullshit, conversion camps and all that bullshit, that is the peak personification of the Father God attempting to subdue the rebel within you. If you are gay, if you are lesbian, if you are gender non-conforming, non-binary, trans male, trans man, trans woman, that you are a conversion camp, bitch, is you literally in an armed struggle with Jesus. I'm just telling you what it is. I'm just telling you what it is. And the reason that you are attacked, the reason you are mistreated, even by scientists, even by doctors. I've heard horror stories by people who still identify as trans. So they're not like trying to detransition or anything like that. Many horror stories of genital mutilation by these goddamn surgeons who have found a new payday in diagnosing human beings who just may be rebels, diagnosing them with gender dysmorphia so that they can cash out on these extremely expensive surgeries and then mutilate them in surgery. I have heard too many, there's no shortage of trans women in particular who are talking about, I am a woman. I was convinced I was a woman. I always knew I was a woman. The one thing I regret is that I had bottom surgery because this has been the impact on my life. Not across the board, but I've heard enough of them that it is presented as a horror story. Who I'm not talking about people who may have just been lesbians. But because the Father God hates power in the hands of females, how dare you not be attracted to males? How dare you not be seeking to have babies by a male? The worst crime, if you have me tell it, that you can commit is to be a lesbian, because how dare we not be in the center of your sexual desire? And so we will tell you at 10, 11, 12, when you begin to present with same-sex desire, that your ass was actually born in the wrong body, and then get you on puberty blockers so that we can sever what would be the coming initiation of you welcoming the moon into your life. I'm just saying, we cannot be having any discussion on earth outside of this relationship that we have with the mother, that she is trying to bring us back into, that helps us to explain science for real. Science from the perspective of the mother, who is the guardian of science, whose language is science, mathematics, and statistics. That's the mother's language. You understand? We cannot have a holistic understanding of science, of art, of wellness, of wholeness, of anything that we have always accredited to the brilliance of white men. We think science is white men's language. We think philosophy is white man's language, that they are the chief architects of all these great ideas. And I'm telling you, it's one of my missions to dissect every last one of them. Voltaire, what's his name? Socrates, Aristotle, you name them. Crowley. I just bought an Aleister Crowley book. Here it is. Because I'm about to dissect this shit. Because to me, all these people who hold up Aleister Crowley, he was so ahead of his time. But you don't have enough understanding to bridge the gap between spirit, science, history, and the state. Aleister Crowley was not Aleister Crowley, first of all, was the descendant of nobility. He was born rich, first of all. That to me would be a point of concern, taking spiritual direction from anybody. But that's just me. You understand? Second of all, his second mark against him was that he was a misogynist. So even as he had this great shit to say about women and about women's empowerment, in the real world, he was a misogynist. He was a malignant misogynist. He was a violent misogynist. Strike two. So will I be taking spiritual direction from a motherfucker who was, first of all, born rich, and second of all, was a violent misogynist? He was a part of two secret societies that we know are the peak personification of the hostility of patriarchy and white supremacy. He was a part of two secret societies. Mark number 3. Get down. Mark number 4. The way that he, quote, gets his spiritual intervention, his spiritual breakthrough, is to go to Egypt like every white person at the time. And your proximity to blackness is what gives you validity in the white world. So you become embodied by thoughts and write the book of thoughts while being in Egypt and shit. No, not that you became a disciple, a mentee to some black-skinned person in Egypt who could give you the 411 direct. No, you go into the pyramids and you have an epiphany, you feel me? And you become possessed by the spirit of thought. And then you scribe the book of thought. I find that highly problematic, especially during this being the period of the burgeoning, very racist, very white nationalist school of thought that we now know is Egyptology. This happening at the same time. Not only that, he is coming up with these spiritually, enigmatic ideas in the right off the ass end of the end of slavery in the United States. This all happening at the same time. Problematic. Not only problematic. The last and final strike against this dude here is that he was an agent of the state. He was a spy. How do you reconcile that? How do you not call, the spiritual philosophies of the from the kind of end of what we call the industrial age or the Victorian age into the Gilded Age? This is the domain. This is the period of time where he and Blavatsky and all of these others emerged. She too was a fucking violent racist. So they're having all these great, wonderful, mind-opening ideas, and her ass too. What a contradiction. They both were racist, as a matter of fact. But what a contradiction that the thing that gives you validity in the white world as a philosophical and spiritual leader is what you downloaded when you had to go to black ass Africa. Isn't that something? That the way you get validated in your spiritual supremacy, you feel me, is to go to have this enigmatic spiritual experience in the pyramids of Egypt, and then you go back into the white world to set yourself up as the supreme know-it-all of spirituality, leading this new thought movement. You feel me? This was ever present. The cult of I am were stated out loud white nationalists. Isn't it interesting that some of these great thinkers of the new age period, the new thought movement, were all violent racists? And so we have to go back and learn these people. You feel me? We do. And so I bought this book, the Aleister Crowley collection. You feel me? The Aleister Crowley collection. I might even read some of this bullshit to y'all, but I already made up my mind. We are going to be confronted with tons of bullshit. Now, there might be, just like the Bible, there might be gems hidden within the bullshit, because we know that don't nothing they quote right, they came up with on their own. He did admit I did have to go to Egypt to have this breakthrough. So who's to say that this shit and all of his shit is not a great work, though maybe insidious and covert, goddamn work of plagiarism, just like his Jesus, just like his Bible was a great work of plagiarism. You feel me? Because they both said, Blavatsky, the founder of Theosophy, and this dude here, you feel me, and all of his predecessors, like that old ugly white boy Garner, who came up with the Wicca movement, and Anton LaVey, and the founder of Satanism, and this nigga was a spy, okay? Like, not, like an agent, like I be talking about people be agents, whether they're conscious agents or unconscious agents. No, he was a paid agent. He was paid by the state. And so he got all these disciples who credit him with they quote ascension. They quote, Garner went on as a disciple of Crowley to create the Wicca movement. And it was so patriarchal and misogynistic that a bunch of women that had been disciples of him had to break off from that shit and establish a new Wicca movement that was guided by women, because he was such a malignant misogynist. Sound familiar? Hold on. Anton LaVey got the same smoke. Oh, we adore women, we hold women up, and this and this and this and this. But a woman can't be a high priest, but they can prance around naked in ceremony if they look good enough. Sound familiar? The COINTELPRO papers revealing that it was a strategy of J. Edgar Hoover to recruit young, good-looking black males to join the Black Panther Party and other black liberation and civil rights organizations, with the sole assignment of wooing women to bust up the unity that women had with these organizations, because the females were actually the strongholds of the organizations getting the work done. So we need you niggas to go in and woo these. That's your only job, is to bed these women, woo these women, and split their loyalties, then, hurt them, harm them, do dirty to them, so that they never want to participate in political life again. That was in the COINTELPRO papers. Sound familiar? So whether it's spiritual spaces or whether it's political spaces, don't that sound familiar? And then that this dude here, who everybody loved and uphold and call him the beast, you understand? And he was so evil, and he even have what's his name? Y'all love so much. Jehovah, you feel me? Wear a shirt with Aleister Crowley on it, and most people just read his little stuff and be like, "Oh, that he was really ahead of his time and shit." And lo and behold, this nigga was an agent. So that's what I be calling everything a psyop. To me, everything is a psyop. You have me tell it? Before there was a known thing as an agent, there was a disciple. If you have me tell it, Martin Luther was an agent. Martin Luther was a psyop. Yep. You have me tell it. Who else? Now I'm gonna hurt somebody's feelings, but if you have me tell it, Martin Luther King and Gandhi were both agents, not unconscious agents, actual agents. You have me tell it, they was both agents. Philosophical nonviolence emerging in the black lexicon at the time that it did, particularly spearheaded by Martin Luther King and the NAACP, founded by Jews, run by Jews, and for the longest time, only Jews served on the board. You have me tell it. Philosophical nonviolence, as spearheaded by Martin Luther King, was an actual straight up psyop. Yes, it was. Meant to pacify a powder keg. Meant to pacify a powder keg. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. Mm-hmm. And we can still feel the impact of it today. I can go on and on and on and on and on. I can go on and on and on and on and on. And I'd hurt your feelings every time. Because some of your greatest heroes, I'm convinced, were agents. Mm-hmm. Some of whom used to be my favorite heroes, I am convinced are agents. I am convinced are agents. You feel me? This is why we have to learn the way I'm trying to teach you. The constant in and out, weaving of who. Let me pull out my chart so I can show you how this political idea I'm trying to communicate with you plays out in the real world based on these philosophies that weren't just used in medicine. These philosophies were used in warfare. Let me show you how this shit plays out in your actual body, in your relationship with how your internal organs communicate with one another and how they made this applicable throughout the identifiable world. Now, I ain't gonna keep going on because I said I wasn't gonna be on here long. Here it is, 3 hours later. You feel me? Hopefully, and I know I wasn't answering a lot of questions and responding the way that I usually do, but y'all know the last 3-4 lives that I've done have been like on some other shit. You feel me? Yes, Cards and Keys say many of the men with credit for inventions got it from their wives. Absolutely. I contorted and hid so much of my beauty and power trying to be safe, and now I'm trying to expand my wings now. Absolutely, yes. Oh my God, Java Watson girl, your ass is wild. I hate to see your house because you be throwing everything. You just threw the kitchen sink. You be throwing your bed, your mirror. Your house probably looked like a hurricane then tore through it. You feel me? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I would love to see. I would love to see. First of all, I would like to know, like, what scientist, what psychologist or psychiatrist is accredited with coming up with the diagnosis of body dysmorphia, and like what his background is, where he comes from, who his parents were, where he grew up, what were his political associations, what college he went to, like what was the early basis of his work as a psychologist slash psychiatrist. Maybe it's not a him, maybe it's a female that came up with this idea of body dysmorphia. You know what I'm saying? But I would be interested in knowing like the psychologist slash psychiatrist that is accredited at least with the origin of this diagnosis, and even socially, like what was happening in the political world at the time that this diagnosis was introduced to the greater population. All of those things play a part, and you have to be able to see the world that way. And I think one of the things that we might need to get into, it may have to be a separate podcast or something, but one of the things that we may need to get into is begin to do deep dives into into the history of these uh, double blind peer reviewed studies of the like last 125 years to begin to able to draw connections of the outcomes of those studies. It's something I've told y'all in the past. I'm really a nerd about. I'm really interested in. I've always wanted to do was to recreate some of these studies of the past to show how, even because like this whole scientific method and the only scientific research is done verbatim through the scientific method, and the most quote objective stories are those double-blind, peer-reviewed studies. This again is an attempt, but if you have me tell it, now this is somebody who studied this. Because it always frustrated me, even in medical school, before I even was introduced to a relationship to the goddess, or even thought about anything like patriarchy or anything like that. So I'm telling you, even before that became the swing that I took as a scientific socialist, I was always disturbed, frustrated, and annoyed when reading peer-reviewed journals for school, and the outcome of, or the results of the outcome of these studies. And I could literally go down a number of factors that could have been included into the study that would have made it a more honest study to get a more precise outcome. How you can create a study that is double blind, and peer reviewed, and you can still manipulate a story to get the outcome and the results that you want. And that's what most people don't understand, especially people who are like COVID. I saw a lot. Like everybody want to be a fucking scientist. Like everybody you literally had to cut people off because of their arrogance. First of all, to be 10, 15 years younger than me, do not have degrees in anything related to science whatsoever, but because you've gone ham in your fear of reading all the studies, quote, conducted by the CDC or by these pharmaceutical companies, and you become an expert. And so I become the chump when you talking to me about the position that I've taken about my own personal health and the decisions that I made for me and my family about my health, and how I understand how these studies are conducted and how completely antithetical to what was being presented to us in our fear as the way legitimate studies were supposed to be conducted. I was like, no, thank you, appreciate you. And I don't need anybody arguing with me. If you ask my position, I'm going to tell you my position, and I'm not going to impose my position on the decisions that you make for you and your health. But don't be trying. It is just interesting how many motherfuckers became professional scientists overnight based on these one-sided, malignant pseudo studies conducted, yes, by the CDC. Like the CDC don't have a monstrous history itself. Like the CDC don't have a monstrous diabolical history itself. You understand? But you the professional now, not 10 years of medical school, not 10 years of reading these articles and these journal articles and dissecting the hell out of them, right? So I digress. It is the thing that if I had to make a declaration about what I am the most nerd about, what I am like the most obsessed with in terms of things that I want to do in the future, it is to recreate some of these studies. I already have a list in my head. Is to recreate some of these studies to see if in the double-blind fashion, peer-reviewed fashion of the scientific method, initiating these same studies, not verbatim, initiating these same studies with the factors that I saw that could change the outcome of the study to be a more favorable or beneficial outcome, like to compare these two studies, and even like what do you call it? Like what do you call it? Oh my God! To conduct like a poll, right? To conduct a poll of lay people, but of specific communities, and then get the answers and responses based on the observation of these studies, what these specific communities would do differently, and then have them hypothesize based on the changes that they would make, what the outcome would be. I've done this in my own head with very specific studies, like the Milgram experiment and the Stanford experiment in particular, thinking, okay, well, if yeah, okay, this is how it was conducted, but without any social variables. There were no social variables like um added to how the study was conducted. And I was like, well, that's a bullshit ass study because there were no social variables that could have impacted this study and its outcome in a myriad of ways. You understand? Like clearly, like you don't even have to know how to read a peer-reviewed journal article to say, damn, well, of course it was going to turn out that way because there were no black women in the study, right? And this is how black women culturally behave or act. This is the evidence of it. And let's see if we conduct the study exactly the same way, but instead of it being all white males on both sides, let's divide it again, and there be white males and black females, and reverse the roles or whatever. What would the outcome be? What would the outcome be then? Would it be the same? You see what I'm saying? Or the Milgram experiment in particular. The first time I saw the documentary on the Milgram experiment, I was like, yeah, that's a bullshit ass study. And I could count the ways why. But all you have to do is, quote, do a double blind, peer reviewed study, and it's like holy writ, unchallengeable, unquestionable. The Hope experiment. There were a myriad of factors that I was like, this is how this would have changed the outcome. And the outcome that their conclusion or results, stated conclusion of the Hope study was this bullshit about the perseverance that a person has when they have hope, not how much a person is willing to endure of pain and suffering and despair when hope is thrown into their lexicon to hold on to. You see what I'm saying? Social position, social variables all have an impact on the outcome of the bullshit that we have presented as dogmatic, unquestionable science. You feel me? And so, yes, I have always wanted to be a researcher, and my starting point would be to completely undo the globally accepted conclusions of white men in white robes in white rooms with white microscopes saying that we are the authority on the scientific method, that what we say as a scientific phenomena is holy writ and irrefutable. You feel me? Anyway, so I would think that and thank everybody for the donations coming through. Java Watson. I'm gonna have to shut this down so I can go do what I need to do to prepare for this this closing ritual. Java Watson and Yvonne Riles and any others that I missed. I don't think I missed anybody else. Yeah, so I think especially now. Scientific studies, especially those social studies, those studies that are supposed to help you understand the meeting point or the junction between sociology and psychology, the impact of social phenomena on the individual psychological mind and the individual and their psychological peculiarities and the impact that it can have on the greater society. I love studies like that because, again, these sciences are always presented in a way where they don't touch or they don't intersect, which is stupid, which is madness, right? And so those studies in particular, I am really, really fascinated with, and like how to rewrite those studies and re-execute those studies to show that not only in the observation of social and psychological phenomena do they have an impact on one another, but as the researcher, as the conductor of the study, my social and psychological perspective too has an impact on that which is being observed. You see? Anyway, I don't know how I got off on that, but that's my little nerdy shit. So it's probably how I got off on that. Oh, I know how I got off on that. Thank you. Because that thing that I just talked about, society, science, and so on and so forth, it is the reason that no matter how good someone may say, no matter how dope, because I have found a lot of quotes by Aleister Crowley that I'm like, that shit fire. Does that make me a follower of the philosophy of Aleister Crowley because he had a few good moments in what I am certain is the complete works of his plagiarism? Nope. Why? Because I don't fuck with the police. That's enough. All I had to know was he was an agent. I ain't even have to know the other stuff. All I had to know is he was a paid agent of the British government. That's enough to tell me there ain't too much in here. I'm going to take personal. I am going to, and if I do take it personal, I know that it didn't come from him. He probably stole it from somewhere else. I'm just saying. Not only that, that if his ass was an agent, if his ass was the police, because I call everybody in the government police, by the way. If his ass was an agent, if his ass was the police, and he had all these known disciples in the world, everybody, Led Zeppelin, the Beatles, Anton LaVey, the Gardner dude, and the list goes on and 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 on of all the people who hold up Aleister Crowley as, you know, is the great that they the great teacher that they subscribe to. Then it mean whether they conscious or not, them niggas agents too. They police too. They police too. And if they ain't active police, they potential police. This is the nature of reaping what you sow. And whatever the seed is made up of, the fruit will be made up of too. Feel me? Whatever the seed is made up of, the fruit will be made up of too. Thank you, Janet Kennedy. She said, yeah, the Bible have good quotes too. Damn sure do. Why it's got good quotes? Why it's got good quotes? We know Shakespeare ain't responsible for them quotes. It's got good quotes because them niggas didn't have a leg to stand on. It was stolen, hook, line, and sinker, straight from the mouth of the mother. That's why we know it's got good quotes. And all they did was change some letters and change some names, and she to he, and you know, her to him, and you understand? Anyway, I will tell y'all one more thing to put in y'all ear for later. My daughter called me a couple of days ago. I told y'all she's done this ever since she had kids. She'll watch something and she'll watch like a kid's movie and she'll watch it and she'll be like, I want you to watch it first and tell me what you see before I let the kids watch it. Because my daughter is still struggling with her ability to articulate those things that she feels intuitively are fucked up or weird or off about something that she watches. She'll feel it intuitively, but she doesn't know how yet to articulate what it is that she is experiencing that is like, that's fucking with her. And so she's done that a lot where a new cartoon will come out and she'll say, Mom, I want you to watch this first and tell me what you think before I let the kids see it. And so a couple of days ago, 3 or 4 days ago, she called me. She's like, Mom, I want you to watch this movie. I went ahead and watched it. I let the kids watch it because it seemed harmless enough. Though there were moments in it where I was like, ooh, something fucked up about that, right? So she said, you gotta watch it. You gotta watch it. She was harassing the fuck out of me. Same way that other sisters harassing me about the movie I still haven't gone to see yet, whether about them kids, them killer babies or whatever. But anyway, I watched the movie. It is called, the movie is called K-pop Demon Hunters. So I hadn't even heard of it, but apparently it's huge. Like, even though the characters are make-believe, like 3 of the songs in the movie have hit the Billboard Top 100. She is obsessed. She said her and the babies watch it every day. I hate K-pop with a whole passion that is so deep and visceral. It is hard for me to explain. I have a visceral hatred for K-pop. Hands down, emphatically, unwaveringly, I hate K-pop. So when my baby say K-pop Demon Hunters, I was like, oh no. I was like, Morgan, do I have to watch it? She's like, Mama, watch it. Yeah, the one it's on Netflix. Yeah. She's like, Mama, please watch it. Just please watch it. And then call me as soon as you watch it. Charlie took me those 3 days to watch that movie. The first 10 minutes in the movie, I was just like, oh my God, I can't believe she's making me do this. Oh my God. Listen, that was actual work watching that movie. I finally finished the movie the night after, right after I went and did that little live down at Hollywood Boulevard, right? I came right home. I was like, you know what? I can't stream a baby alone. Let me go ahead and finish watching this bullshit. I'd been trying to watch it for 3 days and couldn't make it through, right? So I watched the rest of the movie. And I talked to my baby about it yesterday. She's like, I'm so glad you called. I was thinking about you all day because me and the babies just watched K-pop Demon Hunters again. I was like, God damn. She said, we bought the soundtrack, Mama. It's so good. I was like, oh my God, right? So I watched this little shit. But baby, and that's what I had to tell my daughter. I was like, once you know, there is no way that you cannot see it everywhere. Especially the deeper layer, because I feel like I was a deep motherfucker. I was on one. You feel me? Until we watched that bullshit at the movie, what's that movie? Sinners. And that shit took us on a wormhole that it took us on. And since we done seen them twins, we see them motherfucking twins everywhere, and is literally beating our own ass how we didn't see the twins in every fucking thing. Like, I have been going back and watching movies and be like, oh my God, movies I saw 30 years ago, and there is in your face. This is the games that they play through symbols with our skull, with our mind, with our consciousness, with our habits and behaviors, with our fears. Child, I'm telling you, once you see the shit, you cannot unsee it. This movie, as much as I hate K-pop, I do hate K-pop. This movie was hard for me to walk through just for the songs. You're my soda pop, you're my soda pop. Oh, I was up in here dismayed and bewildered by the cheesiness of it, okay? Oh my God. So the first, the first, I guess, 20 minutes where they got to build up the tension, you feel me? But from about the midway point on, I was like, this shit is so deep. This shit is so deep. As a matter of fact, I think Java was the one that mentioned it about the LGBTQIA community and the Caitlyn Jenner thing, the Caitlyn Jenner phenomenon. Some of the conflict happening and some of the expression of particularly the inner conflict with one of the main characters, I was like, even if it's not the intention of the writers, this movie could apply in so many ways, but particularly in the internal conflict imposed, because there were two internal conflicts happening in the two main characters, twin energy. And these two main characters were the opposing oppositions of twins in themselves, represented by what's happening right now as Uranus and Gemini. The personification of the opposing antagonistic relationship as personified in this female character with her internal conflict and the male character with his internal conflict, right? They are the twins. They are the opposing twins of the Gemini, the he and the she, right? The he and the she as the pole, what we call the poles of the yin and yang, and both of them are the opposing personifications of who are both supposed to be evil. This is evil, but this is opposing presentations of evil. So one you empathize with, and one is the actual bad guy. They both supposed to be evil. You see? But she, as the personification of evil, is, quote, doing acts of good so that she will become full good. The only way that she perceives in her mind to become full good is to betray the, quote, evil within. The only way to quote, destroy the evil within is to become the killer of the external personification of evil that is a part of her. Do you hear me? She as the personification of good. Her personification of good is what is seen in the world as acceptable, normal, and good. Okay? He, as the true evil, he is the king of the demons, you feel me, or the prince. He the prince of the demons, and he becomes the so she's in the girl band, he's in the boy band. He says we need to create a boy band and be so good that we take all their fans, and then we will feed these fans to we will feed the fans, their fans, to the king of evil, to the king demon. This prince of evil is going to create a musical band singing innocent teeny bopper songs about love and soda pop and shit to take all of the girl band's fans so that he can feed them to the king of demons. You hear me? So his internal conflict is the fact that he used to be good, but in his desire to have more, to be recognized by the emperor, to be recognized by his fellow soldiers, to have better food and better lodging, he used to be good. And in order to gain esteem within his fellow men, the king, the soldiers, and the like, he had to, quote, shut the door on his mother and his sister. Who is his mother and his sister? The personification of the goddess before he came to be. She and her daughter, which is her clone. He shut the door on his mother and sister, knowing that once the kingdom door shut, that they would die. That's what he said out of his mouth. So his internal conflict is he believes that his lot in life is to be in this demonic realm, and he ain't got no choice because this terrible thing that he did guaranteed him to become this demon, and he can't get away from it. Though he tells the girl that he is plagued by the voice of the demon in his head, always guilting him and shaming him about this terrible deed that he did to his mama and his sister. You feel me? So the basis of his internal conflict is an actual evil deed that he did. What's the actual evil deed that he did? He betrayed his mother and his daughter. His mother and his sister. He is plagued by true guilt. This actual deed that he did that caused the death of the two that loved him most. Meanwhile, her internal conflict is because she is born into a world where she does not know her parents, and her aunt is charged with the responsibility of raising her. She did not know, and her aunt did not know, that her mother was quote a human, a normal, and her father was a demon or something to that effect. And so this girl is born the perfect personification of a human and a demon. And the thing that lets everybody know if a person who may look like a human is actually a demon is the what looks like tribal markings, is the markings, the purple markings all over their body. So she would perpetually hide her body from the neck down, because the thing that would show up her shame are these purple marks that look like tribal marks that come from one of her ancestors who was a demon. You feel me? So her internal conflict was not being the dual personification of a human and a demon, or some act of aggression that she committed. Her internal conflict was that her aunt, being a normal, made her believe that she was inherently evil, and that the only way she could purge herself of evil was to kill demons. So she's at war with half herself, with half her knowing, with half her nature. So she hides one half of herself, her nature, her tribal markings, to present as normal and take up this charge to kill all that is this girl band's, that their personification is as a girl band. Their nature is that they are demon hunters. They are warriors charged with ridding the earth of all demons. Why? Because demons have no soul. Demons have no heart. demons have no feelings. Meanwhile, you go into the quote underrealm where all the demons are, and the demons cry and they laugh and they cheer and they love. One song that they sang called "Take 'Em Down," and that's what I was telling Morgan. You watch cartoons and shit that'll be like, talking about killing the bad guys, but they never say kill. I can't remember in my life hearing a cartoon talk about killing. I do remember like vanquishing or destroying or get 'em or whatever, but they went hard in this cartoon about killing demons. Even their songs, killing the demons, killing the heartless, killing those who have no souls. I was like, damn, they said kill a lot in this shit. You feel me? Right? Meanwhile, her homegirls, who are the two opposing representations of ultra femininity and ultra masculinity, and she is supposed to represent the mean in between these two extremes, they are always talking about how we can't spare demons. Once they found out the boy band were actually demons trying to steal their fans, they were like, we have to kill them. And they are conflicted because all three of the girls are attracted to these boy demons in their human form and are conflicted within themselves because their flesh will be attracted to the boys, but their minds, they'll have to shake it off because they're like, oh, they're demons. We have to kill them. I was like, oh my God, right? And so, and then there was other dynamics in it, but that twin energy dynamic was so pervasive in a multiplicity of ways, right? The other thing was this song that once she gets found out by her friends as a demon, once she gets outed as a demon by the boy band, the leader of the boy band, that she think they got a connection. They booze, you feel me? Because he's admitting to her that he's having the same internal struggle, and she's trying to convince him that if you help us win, we can. What they're trying to do as warriors is create this protective barrier that goes over the whole world that protects humanity from the world of demons, a permanent separation between the world of humans and the world of demons or others, right? And so she's telling him that once we finally complete the Hanun, that's what they call it, or the Hamun, or whatever they call it, this protective barrier between humans and the world of demons, that she will be normal and he can be normal too. And he was like, you really think so? And so but the way the movie is written is for you to empathize with him. I was like, yeah, he is the actual one who committed an actual crime that got him where he is in his severance from the mother, if you will, in this world of suffering, if you will. And the movie and the script and even the songs are written in a way to make you default empathize with him. You may not have as an individual, but I'm telling you, knowing the mind of my daughter and my grandchildren, knowing the mind of regular everyday people, that I can see how that movie was written to empathize with him. Not only to empathize with him, but to make him the actual hero in the end. Why did it make him the actual hero in the end? It is because of that same ass thing. That same ass thing is that in a great act of martyrdom, he sacrifices himself to save her. And this is his redemptive moment. But what does it do as his redemptive moment? It reiterates that image of the self-sacrificing deity, Jesus Christ, who martyrs himself for the good of mankind. It reiterates this need for a savior, that she alone could not, quote, defeat evil, that she needed an intervener. She needed someone who was at the crossroads. She needed someone, a redeemer. She needed a deliverer. She needed someone to intervene between she and the ultimate evil, to be the self-sacrificing savior who gets the accolades in the end as the true savior, because he was the martyr. And martyrdom is what we want from you, motherfuckers. Martyrdom is what we need from y'all. The willingness to self-sacrifice, and the glorification of it, the glorification of the great he who actually did dirt, He had been punished for 400 years because he killed his mama and his sister. But in the end, he can be redeemed. In the end, his mother and his sister were just a footnote in his real story. Just a footnote in his real story. Mm-hmm. She, meanwhile, born perfect. She, meanwhile, born perfect, but being raised by someone who sees her as being born flawed and raises her as such. Raise the war that existed within that child, the war that existed within that girl was not a self-imposed, an externally imposed war. The war that he was experiencing, the internal conflict he was experiencing, was just. He should have felt like a piece of shit. It was internally imposed by malignant ass behavior of self-indulgence and self-importance and an ego gone rogue. She had this internal conflict that the writers tried to make synonymous or like equal or like level. The war that raged within this child who was born perfect was externally imposed by mores of norm. And she waged the war. The war was imposed on her, but she waged the war. How did she wage the war? How did she deepen the conflict? By attacking and killing, in her whole life revolving around killing the external personifications of that which made her perfect. You understand? That shit was deep. That shit was deep. I could get deeper. I'm gonna have to watch it again and probably do a whole dissection of it. But that shit was deep. In so many ways. Even the songs, even that stereotypical, which is one of the reasons I hate K-pop, that stereotypical like heartthrob kind of culture centered around K-pop, particularly around male K-pop bands, this kind of gross, weird idolization of male K-pop bands, and they personify this pristine, honorable, good boy guys who are the personification of just regular good guys. As a matter of fact, not even in the songs, even in the scenes, because the boy band's whole modus operandi was to steal all of the girl band's fans, to kill them. Okay? That's their modus operandi. But when they are out in the world as the boy band, being mean to the girls, being outwardly, overtly mean to the girls, but faking for the crowd. And so they do a book, like a record signing together. And in his maliciousness, because basically they were bogarting the girls' record signing and were like, we gonna show up and do a record signing too. But he bows to the girls, right? The boy band bows to the girls. That stereotypical cultural respect of the Asian culture. So they bow to their opponent, or they bow to everyone. And the girls know that's some bullshit. It's a front, but they're like, okay, well, we can't be perceived as dishonorable, so we bow too. And then they start doing the bow to see who can bow the deepest or whatever. And then when the crowd sees the boys bow to the girls, they're like, all the crowd, the boys and the girls, all start swooning. Oh my God, they're so respectful. Meanwhile, these are diabolical demons, the front of whom killed his mother and his sister 400 years prior, with this assignment by the chief demon to kill all the humans so he can literally suck up their life force. You feel me? And it just reminded me of all of these goddamn recent, within the last 3 years, exposés and documentaries on the very violent underbelly of K-pop culture. All these boy bands, one famous boy band where everybody in the band was participating in a goddamn human trafficking circle. This nasty, violent women and girls, coming forth to say that they went backstage thinking they were just going to meet the band and were drugged and taken to a nightclub that had a basement where they were being sold off as prostitutes while being in like old school Letterman jackets, dressed like old school football players and shit, singing and dancing on the stage, doing acts of honor in public while corralling these girls into fucking human trafficking rings. There have been at least 3 documentaries, expose documentaries I've seen within the last 3 years of the most popular boy bands being arrested in participation in the fucking mafia, in the Korean like mafia, in human trafficking and forced prostitution. And it was mostly girls that they had met after shows when people just think they go backstage to hang out with the goddamn band. I said this movie was so deep in so many ways. Because literally, even if you didn't want to think about like the the metaphorical, philosophical, symbolism in it, it could have been an outright telling. This could have been just a metaphor for how these goddamn pop bands are acting like straight up demonic parasites on these young, unsuspecting girls and putting them in these scenarios where they're being sold off for their life force, for their essence. So whether you want to be literal or you want to look at all the symbolism up in the shit, it's a kid's movie. But it wasn't even subtle. Blatant, in your face, if you know what you are looking at. If you don't know what you are looking at, guess what? You're only being impacted by the overt symbolism that is having an imprint on your subconscious mind or your limbic system. This is how programming happens. This is how your behavior is dictated. This is why you keep attracting the same kind of guy over and over and over again. It's 30 years of romantic comedies. It's 20 years of telling you to trust the nerdy guy, that at least he's smart. And he's still a parasite. He's still a pariah. It's cartoons telling you that you are the hopeless damsel in distress princess looking for her Prince Charming, who is mediocre and basic and brings nothing to the table. And you're an asshole who has no soul if you don't choose the shiftless, aimless, ambitiousless, mediocre motherfucker. Y'all gotta be cracking up in this comment section. Butterfly say, damn, all this was in the movie. And child, I watched the movie grudgingly, so I probably missed a lot more than that. I had an attitude watching the whole movie. I watched it grudgingly, so I probably missed some shit. This is just what's coming off the dome about what I consciously remember. You feel me? Yolanda say the way I was cussing at the TV. Oh my God. Yo. Uh-huh. And that one, my baby had to force me to watch, because I'll tell you, if I didn't know all the rotten underbelly of the shit, if I didn't know all the horror stories of the shit, if I didn't know the stories about the girl K-pop bands who are being deliberately starved, who are being spanked like children for not complying to their managers. Some of the stories I heard about girl K-pop bands is crucial. Child. And I'm going to go back to something I said to y'all a few months ago. The reason that this shit can happen in plain sight and everybody can be completely surprised and bewildered and shit. The reason that the reason that the 4B movement took us by surprise, that Korean women were suffering in South Korea and we were shocked, is because, again, in a white society, which America is a white identifying European culture. We too, even if we are not white, we have a bad habit of default exotifying other cultures. And so when we exotify other people and exotify other cultures, it becomes really difficult for us to see the ways in which the marginalized in those cultures suffer. So people are always talking about, oh my God, Japan is the greatest place on earth. Everybody has to visit Japan, blah, blah, blah. And we see Japan because of the culture of bowing, the culture of, quote, respect. and how everybody says, excuse me, and all of these superficial identifiers or markers of a respectful culture. And so it becomes shocking to us and surprising to us when we learn that there is a whole tyrannical culture of extraordinary violence, particularly against women in Japan. Or we become shocked when we see a documentary of how they hide homelessness so that they are perceived by the outer world as having the lowest homelessness of any developed country. And oh my God. And then you see a white woman saying, fuck this, I'm about to go into the underbelly of the city and see the true nature of Japan. And with her little camera and shit, discovers that the government deliberately disappears the homeless. The homeless are not in your face. They are not in public spaces. That they have these whole outskirts that they create for the homeless. And that includes people who, quote, age out of viable society. If you're too old to work, if you're too old to be a contributor to society, this girl was saying that damn near 55% of the homeless, the invisible homeless in Japan is geriatric, is 65 and older. That half the homeless people in goddamn Japan that you can't see for a reason is those who are too unattractive to be walking around in the street and those who have gotten too old to produce in the workforce. Mm-hmm. And so in the exotification of these cultures, it becomes really difficult for us to see the very wicked, diabolical, monstrous underbelly of these societies. That's why I keep asking why black people keep going to goddamn, what you call it? Abu Dhabi. Why y'all keep doing that? Why y'all keep going to the Emirates? Why y'all, as a matter of fact, I know this is going to make some people unhappy. I got a position that while the world is the way that it is, we should, I know it's going to sound fucked up, but I be conflicted in this bitch. Why is anybody on vacation right now? Why are you a tourist right now? Why are you globetrotting right now? Why are you making the tourist industries and these fucked up ass governments billions of dollars in your hard-earned money? That if you need a vacation from your life, a break from your life, bitch, drive your car, fill up your car and drive it till the car is empty, pitch a tent, sleep outside, keep your coins, and make these motherfuckers suffer in every possible way. In the tourist industry, and in some countries in particular, I am just saying I'm diametrically opposed to black skinned people being in those goddamn countries. And we know now there ain't no excuse. We know the underbelly, the very wicked, strategically anti-black underbelly of Abu Dhabi and the Emirates and all of these Arab countries that are in real time kidnapping black women from Nigeria and Sudan and Ghana and Mozambique. And the list goes on and on by the thousands, kidnapping these motherfucking women under false pretenses and then using them up as maids and as sex slaves and then getting their rocks off, killing these women or maiming these women, disappearing these women, knowing that they don't have a government that will come look for them the way their government will come look for theirs. Thousands, scores of thousands of black-skinned women in these same countries that y'all go and spend y'all dollars that you earn from a country that perpetually robs you blind and fucks you up in every possible way. You gonna go spend your money in some country that's fucking up some other black people. There are a whole list of places. There are a whole list of places that are overtly aggressive against not only, quote, black-skinned people, but Africa in particular. African people in particular. African women most in particular. There are countries that are so overtly hostile in their aggressions against black-skinned women, particularly those from the continent, that as much as I would like to go see the land, that until there is a fucking global rectification of these relationships, on principle, I ain't going. On principle, I ain't going. The Emirates, Abu Dhabi are high on the list. High on the list, if not number one on the list. After I saw that goddamn based on a true story South African movie, I Am All Girls, and the long standing all the way since the early stages of what you call that shit, um, apartheid in South Africa, that this has been a long and ongoing relationship between the rulers of apartheid South Africa and Arab nations, the funneling of black female bodies into Arab countries to disappear off the face of the globe. Way back, long time relationship. Nah, man. On GP, there's some shit I ain't doing. There's some places I ain't going until the world is made right. Until we can create a true world without borders, a true world where we can go and come as we please because there are no patriarchs in power. Until we can make the world well, until we can make the world whole, there's some places on GP I ain't going. You understand? Now I gotta shut up, man. I gotta get up out of here. What's worth 70K? What's worth 70K? What you talking about? What's worth 70K? I missed something. Oh my God, Yolanda, we need to talk to. I need to email you. Don't let me forget. I need to email you about that. But yeah, it's yeah. I hear it, and I'm gonna tell you what it is. I mean, you know what it is. She's saying here, who knows? I'm shocked too. But daily, it's 10 to 30 people asking me to book them a vacation. Da 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 da. The reason why is because we're all looking for methods of escape. We're all instead of facing off that America is actually a utopia. America as we know it. I don't like to call it America. I like to say the land that we currently call the United States of America. The land that we currently call the United States of America is an outright utopia. It is outright a land so vast in its beauty that being thoughtful and deliberate every day of your life to see some new place in it, it would take you several lifetimes to witness the vastness of the beauty that is the land that we reside on right now. That's why I've been saying a lot that even though I haven't been out, I want to go out of the country just because I haven't left the country since 2008. I'm itching for, and I wouldn't even call it vacation because I never traveled like vacation. Politically is when I began traveling out of the country. And even though I would do awesome things, it was always politically that I was seeing these countries. And so I always saw the countries in a way that was very unlike the way tourists see those same places, right? So the places that I would go, the things that I would see, the people that I would meet, people like, damn, that happened to you in England? In little old England? I was like, yeah, because every place that I saw, we were traveling as an organization politically, even though we still did fun and touristy-esque stuff. We always took we always took the path less traveled, and we always went where the people were. You feel me? And so I've always traveled that way since then. And so I am really feeling the need, to be outside the continental US. But it doesn't mean that in the meantime, I'm not going places where I cannot get an extremely fulfilling experience as if I was somewhere else. That's the benefit of living in this country if you see it that way. But if you stay in your house all day, every day, and all you see is the news and social media, then you too would be like, I need a vacation. I got to get the fuck up out of here. Not recognizing that you live in literally one of the most beautiful countries on the planet. You really do. And the only thing that is in the way of you experiencing it as that are these people who have perpetually, not just now, not just with the orange guy, who have been perpetually blocking your vision, blinding you by the light, taking hold of the reins of power identified as the United States government. I'm telling you, because anytime I've ever traveled in this country, and it didn't matter where, and it didn't matter who I came into contact with. I know I be idealistic sometimes, but even meeting poor, white, Southern, good old boys, my experience has always been not just good, extraordinary, mind changing, perspective changing. So I want to leave y'all with that. I'm gonna go out here and get this work in. I know it's late for some of y'all. You can choose whatever time you decide to do your ritual, but like I said, more than likely from where I'm going to be, I'll be able to broadcast from my phone, live cast from my phone. I'm going to go just a few blocks down the street, probably even walk to the banyan tree down the street, and I will live stream it. And you can participate with me, or if it's too late where you are at 11:11, you can set your own time, and then I'll walk you through what I'm doing. Okay. All right, you guys, let's go. Oh, and one more thing, I promise. So tonight is the night that we are officially tying up this specific ritual that is specific to chanting down the impact of the Council of Nicaea. I have made the commitment that I'm still going to read the global conspiracy to right all wrongs, but change the focus. And so I am inclined to make a certain settler colonial country in the Middle East the focus of this next phase of our ritual from like today until January 1st. I am so inclined that that will be the primary focus is, this particular place, this settler colonial state, in the middle of this melanated landmass, from today, the closing of today, on through the end of this new year. You feel me? And then change it again at the new year. Same conspiracy, global conspiracy to right all wrong, and then get more specific, shift the focus. Feel me? So probably some I don't know. I might be inclined to make North Korea, or China, or Korea, or Japan, or some Arab country like the Emirates, or what. So it ain't like we got a shortage of focuses that we can channel the conspiracy on. You feel me? So today is the day that we are closing out the focus, and the energy of it is when we turn our back on the completion of this ritual is that it's done, and we just have to watch it fall. That it's done. It is predicted. How is it predicted? Because we said it, we saw it, we spoke it, we wrote it, we sang it. It's done. Now we just have to watch and look for the identifiers. We've seen them the whole process. The whole 3 months, 4 months that we've been embarked on this journey, we've seen the evidence of the ricochet impact of what we were just speaking out of our mouths into the ethos. You feel me? So that's how we have to treat it. That we don't have to look back on it. It is certain. It is written. It is spoken. It's said. It's done. It's complete. It's done. And now we shift the focus. You feel me? So I'm gonna leave y'all with that. And maybe tonight, more than likely tomorrow, I will have a new addendum. Not an addendum, but like, so we focused on the Council of Nicaea. So I will find something else that is in par with the new focus, that we can do the same thing, the same binding ritual, right? So the same thing. I'll make a decision and determination about that tonight and be prepared to share that with you guys and send that out to you guys. And I think that's all. So, yeah. All right. So I will. Oh, okay. I see you, Ken's color box. Okay. So I will see you guys later. Thanks for tuning in. I didn't mean to be on here this long, but que sera, sera. And just a few hours, I'll be up on here live again just to walk you through the ceremony and the completion of the ceremony. All right. Peace, love. Mommy and I are one. Mhm.